While I We're going to call this meeting to order at 5:30 p.m. Good evening and welcome. I want to thank all of you who've taken the time to attend tonight's meeting, both in person and virtually. Since we returned to the dais following the pandemic, I've always been proud that SUSD has continued to practice the practice of two-way virtual participation in our regular meetings. This board has long valued the active participation of the public in our meetings. Since this evening's agenda was posted on Friday, we've received several questions and requests regarding the order of our proceedings. We will address these concerns when we get to the approval of the agenda, which is item 1F. Thank you all for your patience, but let's begin first, as is fitting, by honoring God and country. Will you please stand? Place your right hand over your hearts. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we're going to move on to item C, the installation of Katherine Cooper, Patricia Garibay, and Matthew Watson, board members who are entering a new term by the board clerk, Christopher Trunkey.
Who wants to go first?
Ladies? All right.
Usually you guys go right there.
Yeah. No Christmas carol.
Please raise your right hand. I, Katherine Cooper, do solemnly swear
I, Katherine Cooper, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
duties on which I am about to enter.
Congratulations. But please. I, Patty Garibay,
I, Patty Garibay,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties of which I am about to enter.
Raise your right hand. I, Matthew Watson,
I, Matthew Watson,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
to support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Just for the record, when Mr. Watson and I did this the first time, it was on Zoom. So this is the first time we got to do it live in front of people.
Yeah.
Oh, Mrs. Huff is not here, correct? Mrs. Huff? Miss Huff? I don't see her. Okay.
Okay, items D and E are recognitions. Would you like to
Yes.
take those?
So should we start with the two certificates? Right. On behalf of Assemblywoman Pilar Shivo and the Santa Clarita City Council, they would both like to recognize Mr. Matthew Watson for his service as board president for the year 2024, and for Mr. Chris Trunkey as his term as clerk for the year of 2024. And they apologize for not having more usernames, more people. Is that busy time of year? We have another one from Senator Valadares' office, but we believe somebody may show up, so we're hold off on that.
Terrific.
Don't
Got a
sit.
couple of breaks. Don't sit.
Well, yeah.
We sit. Or should we not sit?
So, Mr. Trunkey has to stand. On behalf of the Saugus Union School District, this lovely pen set is given an appreciation of your year of service as clerk.
Thank you very much.
Then, Mr. Watson, we don't want you to not have a gavel to bang on at home. This is tradition. After your first year as board president, you get the coveted red gavel. So thank you for your service to the Saugus School District. And there you go. You're
Thank
welcome.
you. Thank you very much.
Okey-dokey.
Put that right up here. Thank you. And then if you or Pam would just kind of give us a nod if we need to pause or break at any
See
other
the-
point, and we'll find a convenient time to do so. All right. Okay, great. Thank you. All right. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Service to the Saugus community on this board and earning the trust of my colleagues to preside this past year is among the greatest honors that I've been given. I've taken my duties seriously and thank you all for the continued opportunity to serve. This is now my 5th organizational meeting on this board, and in that time, we've always proceeded in the manner that has been agendized tonight. And from what I understand, this is the way that this board has proceeded for quite a while prior to my service as well. However, over the past couple of days, there have been concerns raised that casting votes on items prior to the public having an opportunity to comment on those items might not be consistent with the California Ed Code. We've reached out to our legal counsel for guidance and have received their counsel this afternoon. Out of the abundance of caution and in the spirit of transparency and collaboration, I would like to make a motion that we amend this evening's agenda to move item 2K to precede item 2A, meaning that we would vote to approve the 2 sets of minutes on the agenda next, and then hear from the public before we vote on anything else this evening. Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I vote aye as well, and the agenda is approved as amended. Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes from the regular meeting of the governing board for November 19th, 2024?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Alrighty, the minutes are approved. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes from the special meeting of the governing board for November 25th, 2024?
So moved. Second.
Okay. On a motion by Ms. Cooper and a second by Mrs. Garibay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, opposed? Thank you. The motion is approved. Thank you. And at this time, we will move on to public comment. Advance written requests to address the board regarding agenda and non-agenda items. Board bylaws 9320, 9322, and 9323 each speak to the process used by the governing board to allow for public comment during its meetings. The bylaws are in compliance with the Brown Act, thank you, and other applicable law. Board bylaw 9323 specifically outlines the process for members of the public to address the governing board on agenda and non-agenda items that are within its subject matter jurisdiction. Members of the public wishing to address the governing board are asked to do the following prior to the start of the public comment section of the meeting agenda to ensure that appropriate time is allowed for all interested speakers and topics. The speaker must either complete a speaker card for each item they desire to speak on and or notify the assistant to the superintendent of each item if attending the meeting in person. This notification is requested to allow the board president to consistently implement public comment guidelines provided on board bylaw 9323. Members of the public wishing to make public comment via telephone or virtual meeting software must notify the assistant to the superintendent via email not later than 4:30 on the day of the scheduled meeting to ensure that the person has the same opportunity to address the board under board bylaw 9323 as those who are in attendance. Each speaker is allowed 3 minutes per topic for public comment. The total time allotted for each topic is 20 minutes. Depending on the number of persons wishing to be heard on a single topic, the governing board may adjust the time allotted for each speaker or the total time allocated to the topic or issue. The president of the board may take a poll of speakers for and against the topic or issue to determine how best to allot time on each topic or issue. Members of the public who wish to address the board do so either in person or via Zoom. A speaker may read a statement from an individual not in attendance. However, their allotted speaking time will not be extended to read such a statement. A timer visible to all attendees will be used to manage time during public comment. Any speaker who exceeds their allotted time will have their mic cut off. To ensure that non-English speakers receive the same opportunity to directly address the board, any member of the public who utilizes a translator shall be provided at least twice the allotted time to address the board, unless simultaneous translation equipment is used to allow the board to hear the translated public testimony simultaneously. Please remember that state law prevents the board from acting on any matter not listed on the agenda or from discussing any such matter in detail. Thank you. We will begin with Karen Frost, followed by Riley DeForest and Olivia, I believe it's Tope. Or is it Top?
Do we have more than 6 cards?
They're on quite a few different topics.
Oh, okay.
Ms. Dahl?
All right, good evening, board. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address you tonight. And I just wanted to commend you for listening to the concerns of the community. We had some issues that we wanted to bring to this board. And when we were told that the public comments would take place after, it was disheartening to say the least. And the fact that you took this back under consultation and made the changes is very inspiring. So thank you very much. I do appreciate that. And in the same vein, the presidency for this board is generally speaking the person that is sitting in the seat as the clerk and then generally rotates into the position of the presidency. This is the way the board meetings were run previously, a standard operating procedure, but it is not a policy that you have to adhere to. And I'd just like to suggest that based upon some of the behaviors and some of the attitudes and some of the actions over the last couple months that this board takes under strong consideration that maybe somebody else take on the role of presidency for this next term, somebody that's going to represent this district in everything that it stands for in the best light possible. I'm not going to make any suggestions as to who that person should be, but I do think that this board can think, that you've clearly shown that you can think outside of the box, that you don't have to go along with just what you have always done. You've just shown this to us right here and right now, and I'd like you to consider, please, thinking about what is best for the district. The teachers have told you that they have concerns. Parents have told you that you have concerns. So one great olive branch that you can show us is by nominating somebody that has a great rapport with the teachers and the parents to lead this district in 2025. So I strongly encourage you to do the right thing for the people that are here today. Thank you.
Thank you. We will hear from Riley DeForest, followed by Olivia Top and Brandon Holtzclaw.
Hi, I'm Olivia Top. I am from Mountain View Elementary. I'm in sixth grade, and I'm reading this speech on behalf of the student Riley DeForest, who could unfortunately not attend Cher's speech. We all know that iReady is intended for learning, providing you lessons that are at the right learning level for you. Even though many of you up there think it is great, most kids greatly dislike it. These diagnostics are one of the worst parts of iReady. They are extremely long and can be very difficult. Even though people say some questions might be easy, when the kids get confused on the difficult questions, spending a lot of time on them can lead to not trying hard or even giving up on the next. Personally, I got so stressed during the diagnostic that I had one of my first panic attacks, which later led to me having more anxiety. Many of my friends even begged their families not to go to school during this time. Also, the fact that you expect us to finish these in 2 days is crazy. In reality, they take us about a week per subject. Then our school uses our scores to put us in intervention, even though this one test score doesn't define us as what type of student we are. iReady should focus less on minutes completed. Kids have figured out that they can just wiggle their mouse, leave it on, and their minutes will be done for the week. Some teachers will have their kids do 45 minutes a day of iReady and then say that we couldn't get to some things because there isn't enough time. Some teachers do iReady first thing in the morning, and kids beg to be tardy to avoid it. The district requirement is about a total of 90 minutes a week for both subjects. Teachers have a limited amount of time to teach, and iReady is narrowing down that time. Kids don't stay focused on the lessons if all they have to do is accomplish meeting minutes. I believe that there should be more focus on completed lessons rather than a weekly time requirement. Last year, my teacher's motto in class was quality over quantity. Shouldn't this motto be applied to the district-mandated iReady as well? Maybe we should focus on passing 1 or 2 lessons in each subject rather than worry about minutes on iReady. This way, kids remain focused on doing their best and actually learning. iReady is also not great at teaching students. It gives you problems and expects you to just do it. iReady just can't teach standards in the way teachers can. I would rather learn in person from a teacher than an online program like iReady. I am not saying that we should stop doing iReady altogether. Instead, I am saying that we should focus on quality over quantity. Setting a set time limit makes kids hate iReady and hate coming to school. Maybe if we change the expectations, kids wouldn't dread school like they do now.
Olivia, what grade are you in?
6th grade.
I, for one, am extremely impressed by what I've heard tonight. Public speaking is considered by most employers as one of the most sought-after abilities when looking for someone to hire, and it is not easy. It's considered one of the top 3 fears of most adults, and you have expressed yourself phenomenally. Would you do us a favor and thank Riley on our behalf as well?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. What's that? Okay, you may be seated. Sir, is she your daughter? Congratulations. Oh, I see. Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay. So you spoke on behalf of Riley. Okay. There we go. Thanks. All right. Deep breath. And whenever you're ready, you may begin again.
So that iReady is a program that helps teachers assess students' math and reading skills while also helping children progressively learn more about reading and math. But the question is, does monitoring student iReady minutes actually help students and teachers? One major problem I find of iReady is the way they focus on finished minutes rather than lessons passed and completed. Although I have only been attending Mountain View Elementary for 3 years, every class I've been in has had many students who, instead of actually focusing and doing their lessons, just talk to nearby friends while occasionally wiggling their mouse across their screen. This way, the program assumes they are working on it and counts that as minutes towards their weekly goal. To prevent this, I would recommend putting more focus on completing and passing a certain amount of lessons every week in each subject rather than minutes. I remember years ago having a great reading motivation, reading counts. Some schools had accelerated reader that did the same thing. I love reading books, then testing on it to see how well I understood the book after reading it. However, I was told that schools got rid of it because it created competition with students. Isn't checking the iReady minutes the same idea? At our school, minutes met and lessons passed are announced on Monday meetings. Isn't this the same idea as a reading program that checked reading points? The iReady diagnostic is also extremely difficult. Sometimes there are questions on this test that you will learn about 3 grade levels higher. When children get these questions, they often feel discouraged after seeing a difficult question and become very confused, further leading to less effort on the next questions. I understand it is an adaptive learning assessment, but it should not progressively get so hard to the point where kids in 2nd grade are getting questions that you would only understand if you were a 5th grader. What exactly is this showing kids and their teachers? They shouldn't know these answers because they have not yet been taught. Another problem about iReady diagnostics is that they are anxiety-inducing. I've had many friends say that they told their parents they did not want to go to school testing week because there would be an iReady diagnostic the next day. I've also had stories from friends and have heard of people getting so anxious to the point where they have panic attacks and need to leave the classroom. I think iReady needs to work on these flaws to make their program better. iReady is a good place for learning, but they just need to make some adjustments for kids to see it as being great.
Good now. Please forgive my lack of understanding. Great job. Okay, we will continue with Brandon Holtzclaw, followed by Katie Perry and Sylvia Torp.
I'll be reading on behalf of one of the paraeducators from Bouquet.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. The reason we are having someone else read this statement on our behalf is simple. We will not give you our tears. We will not show you our vulnerability. Many of us cry on a weekly basis, some of us even more frequently. But those tears are reserved for the spaces where we feel supported, with our colleagues, with our union, and with the people who truly understand the weight of what we carry every single day. Many of us have worked in this district for over a decade, and we can honestly say we've never seen things as bad as they are now heading into 2025. The challenges we face are not minor. They are not the everyday difficulties that come with our profession. These are systematic, deeply rooted issues that have festered and grown because of inaction, because grievances brought before this board have gone unaddressed. A year ago, we stood here and voiced our concerns. We trusted that you, as the leaders of this district, would take those concerns seriously, that you would act in good faith to make the changes necessary to support us as educators, as professionals, and as people. Yet here we are, 1 year later, with no meaningful action taken. Instead, we've been told to bring our issues to the negotiating table as though they are a mere bargaining chip, rather than the fundamental problems that demand immediate attention. Let us be clear, we are not just asking for change, we are demanding it. The morale among staff is at an all-time low. The environment in which we work and in which our students are expected to learn is unsustainable. Your inaction is not only a failure to us, but to the students and families who rely on this district to provide a safe, supportive, and effective educational experience. We are here tonight to remind you of your responsibility, not just to listen, but to act. Ignoring us will not make the problem go away. Deflecting to negotiations will not ease the burden we bear daily. What we need is leadership, accountability, and a commitment to making this district a place where educators feel valued and students can thrive. It is time to stop waiting, stop deferring, and stop doing the work, and start doing the work. We will not let this issue be swept under the rug. We owe it to ourselves, to our students, and to this community to keep fighting. And we will. Thank you.
Thank you. Katie Perry, followed by Sylvia Torp and Claudia Lopez Gallagher.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I have been able to. Oh, sorry. I've been fortunate enough to work in preschool for the past 18 years, my entire career at SUSD. So I'm very fortunate and happy in preschool. So good evening, board members of school board members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here as a representative of Bouquet Preschool Para-Educators and an advocate for students and staff in our program. Over the past year, we have brought several concerns to your attention, but we are disheartened to see that little to no action has been taken to address them. First, I want to remind you of our original grievance we filed. We asked for fairness and equity in compensation, something that para-educators in our district have long deserved. We perform the same critical tasks and responsibilities as other staff who receive the stipend, yet our contributions continue to be overlooked. Despite our repeated inquiries, we have been met with delays, excuses, and most frustratingly, a lack of transparency. But compensation is only one part of the issue. The ongoing challenges in our program have only deepened. These include overcrowding in the bathroom, which impacts our students' health and safety and dignity. A changing table was brought to the campus, yet sits unused in a bathroom that remains closed due to the refusal to clean and maintain it. A lack of consistent staff in our classrooms, leaving para-educators to fill the gaps without proper support. This creates an unsustainable workload and compromises the quality of education and care we can provide. An increase in challenging behaviors among students we address daily with inadequate training and resources or assistance. Finally, the persistent lack of support for our staff. Adding insult to injury, there is now an effort to rewrite the language surrounding our program to align with a narrative that dismisses these ongoing struggles. Let me be clear, reframing the issue does not make them disappear. It does not solve the problem of overcrowded bathrooms. It does not provide the support we need for challenging behaviors. And it does not fill the staffing shortages in our classroom. We're here because we deeply care about our students and their futures, but we can't do this alone. The success of this program and the well-being of our children depends on your willingness to act, to listen, and prioritize what truly matters. We've asked this board to honor the commitments made to our preschool para-educators, provide the stipend we have rightfully earned, open and maintain bathroom facilities necessary for our students' basic needs, allocate resources for proper staffing, training, and behavioral support, and most importantly, engage with us transparently and collaboratively. We're not asking for more than what is fair, equitable, and necessary to ensure the success of our program. Our students and staff deserve better. Now is the time for this board to show that you value our preschool program, the para-educators who sustain it, and the children who depend on it. Thank you for your time, and I hope we can finally work together to create lasting and meaningful change.
Thank you. Sylvia Torp, followed by Claudia Lopez Gallagher and Katherine Samuelson.
Good evening. Again, my name is Sylvia Torp. I've worked for the district for 22 years as a para-educator, and I love my job. But I stand before you today, not as just a para-educator, but as a voice for all those who work tirelessly in the classroom, day in and day out, to ensure our students receive the education they deserve. For over a year, we have raised concerns regarding the compensation disparity for the roles we perform. Roles that are no different from those of other paraeducators who have received the stipend for their responsibilities. Our grievance was raised in good faith, with the hope that it would be addressed with fairness and respect. Sadly, we are still waiting for a resolution, and the situation on the ground continues to deteriorate. Our preschool program is struggling. We are still facing overcrowding in the bathroom, lack of access to the changing table, essential pieces of equipment that were brought to our campus from Santa Clarita, but have yet been able to be used or accessed. The bathroom is locked, that the district has refused to open and maintain it. This is just an inconvenience. This is a serious issue that impacts the dignity. In addition, we are dealing with constant shortage of staff. The inconsistency of personnel in the classroom creates an unstable environment for our students. And we are left trying to fill the gaps with necessary support. We are asked to manage increasingly challenging behaviors with little to no resources or training, and it's taking a toll on both our students and our staff. Most concerning of all, there seems to be an ongoing effort to shift the language and the narrative around these issues, rather than confront them head-on. The changes proposed to the program are not addressing the real concerns we face. Instead, they are being shaped to fit the narrative that overlooks the challenges we encounter daily. We have made numerous attempts to address these issues, both formally and informally, but we continue to be met with silence. The lack of follow-through on our grievance speaks volumes about how our work and contribution are valued by this district. We are not asking for special treatment. We are asking for our fairness, for recognition, and for the support we need to provide the best care and education for our students. We urge you to take action. We deserve the same compensation for the same responsibilities. We need better working conditions with access to the resources and support that are essential for our students' success. Most importantly, we need you to listen to us and to act, because right now it feels like we're invisible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Claudia Lopez Gallagher, followed by Katherine Samuelson and Tammy Messina.
Good evening, distinguished board members. My name is Claudia Lopez Gallagher, and I am proud to be one of the pioneering teachers of the DLI Spanish program. This year marks the 6th year of this remarkable achievement. While we have made significant progress in growing and improving our DLI program, I believe there is still much untapped potential and hurdles to overcome to truly thrive and enrich our students and families. Specifically, I'd like your assistance with addressing 3 key areas. Resourcing the DLI program to bring to parity with the English programs as we have promised our families. One of the most pressing challenges we face is the inequality of support compared to our English counterparts. The lack of resources such as a dedicated TOSA, a comprehensive pacing plan, Spanish district assessments, addressing special education concerns, and clear policies for entering and exiting the program are glaring gaps that hinder our progress. Modeling opportunities for native speakers across a diverse group. Additionally, we need more modeling opportunities from native speakers and targeted language proficiency support through native Spanish-speaking students, specialists, paraprofessionals, and other language acquisition experts. Assistance with content creation. Lastly, while Highlands is proud to host the DLI program, it should not remain the only place where content is produced. Distinguished board members, we are a small, dedicated group of educators tasked with translating, creating content, and finding ways to teach our students in Spanish, often without adequate resources or district-provided content. To ensure the longevity and success of the DLI program, we need a commitment to addressing these inequities and providing the support necessary to empower our teachers, students, and their families. Thank you for considering these concerns, and I look forward to working collaboratively toward meaningful solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Katherine Samuelson, followed by Tammy Messina and Ingrid Boydston.
Good evening, everyone. Mr. Trunkey, I want to address you first and just say, I don't know you outside of here, so you may be a seriously wonderful gem of a human being and a man. Unfortunately, I only have been able to form opinions on you based on what I have seen here over only a couple of meetings. So that just leads me to addressing the entire board that when you vote tonight, vote for a president. We need somebody that doesn't just like lose their mind when things get stressful. I'm sure your positions are not easy. So we need somebody that can contain themselves, remain professional, address everybody respectfully. So when you vote tonight on who's president, let's keep that in mind. And then I want to echo off of that, of keeping that stuff in mind, that why all of us are here are children. That's why we're here, is for children. And they are the most important things in our life. And it makes me very upset hearing what the teachers are dealing with, hearing what the students are dealing with, and nobody's listening to any of them. None of us would be here without these kids that we need to educate. So when you make your decisions, when you vote on things, let's please make sure that we're listening to the students and we're listening to the teachers and we're listening to the staff. And when you vote tonight on who's going to be leading these meetings, let's please make sure that it's somebody that's professional, can contain themselves, and listen to what is needed so that we can teach children. Thank you.
Tammy Messina, followed by Ingrid Boydston and Timbed Boydston.
Thank you, Board. Thank you for being responsive to the public concerns that you received regarding the placement of the public comments for the agenda. I appreciate you making accommodations for that. Mr. Watson, you are my elected representative. I always appreciate your prompt and thoughtful responses to emailed questions, and I appreciate the professional conduct you've exhibited during your presidency this past year. Now I'm asking you as my Area 4 representative, along with each of the other members of the board, to carefully consider your choice when electing this year's coming president. I know this is usually done in rotation, and that Mr. Trunkey is next in line for the presidency. Unfortunately, Mr. Trunkey has made it crystal clear at the last 2 board meetings that he is not willing to abide by the Saugus Union School District board governance norms and has therefore disqualified himself for board leadership. When he failed to create a supportive school environment through board member behaviors and actions, he failed to act with a professional demeanor that models the district's beliefs of respect, integrity, teamwork up there on the wall, and vision. He failed to ensure a positive personnel climate exists within the governance team, as evidenced by the comments made earlier by the teachers and administrators and other staff. That is in item 3 in the governing board member responsibilities. It's now the responsibility of each of the other board members to ensure that this board operates according to your own bylaws and governance standards. If you choose to nominate and elect Mr. Trunkey as board president, you're making it clear to us, the community, that you are also not willing to abide by your own bylaws and governance standards, and we won't forget that at your next campaign cycle. I urge you to nominate and elect a trustee for board president who will exemplify your core values up there and lead with respect. The last 2 meetings have proven Mr. Trunkey is not qualified to hold the title of president. And since I have 1 last minute, I'd like to read to you from your own board governance handbook, which you all signed on to. And I quote, "Culture is the positive or negative atmosphere created by the way people in an organization treat each other. Teams have unwritten and written agreements about how they will behave with each other and others. These behavioral ground rules, often called norms, enable teams to build and maintain a positive culture or shift a negative one. In addition to meeting expectations of the norms, protocols, and board bylaws, include in this handbook to create a positive culture and atmosphere. We agree, that's what you guys signed on for, to act in ways that will help us meet the California School Board Association professional governance standards," end quote. I thank you for your time and thank you for listening.
Ingrid Boydston, followed by Timben Boydston and Deanna.
Good evening. I'm Ingrid Boydston, and I keep thinking about this motto here for Saugus. Together we achieve more. My concern is the first part because I do not feel like we are together. Tonight, I was hoping to speak more about solutions, and for anyone who missed it at the November 11th meeting, many teachers, along with paraeducators and parents, expressed our concern about the dangerous situations that we continually place our students in, and I'm talking dangerous physically, mentally, and emotionally. At that meeting, I presented a list of possible causes and solutions, and I have to say, right afterwards, Anna agrees, Nick Heinlein and Patty Garibay all took action to show that they listened to what we said. And I was so hopeful. There were some changes that were starting to take place at my site as well. Thank you very, very much. I can't tell you how much it means to me. I wish we could have continued uninterrupted towards finding and implementing solutions. But then there was that special board meeting on November 25th. I realized it was not streamed because it was a special board meeting, but microphones were not even on. Frankly, it felt like you really didn't even care about what we had to say. At that meeting, everyone who had spoken on the 11th was lumped together. We were compared to Nazis, and we were accused of being politically affiliated. Let me be clear. Everyone who spoke that night was united in our concern for the children. But we are not politically affiliated. This is a nonpartisan issue, and trying to make it political was divisive and unnecessary. At that same meeting was Dr. Hawkins' performance review. A group of 7 administrators in TOSA spoke glowingly of their experience working with her. This was in stark contrast to the 81% of teachers who, when asked, "Do you feel supported by your superintendent?" answered no. They felt instead fearful, ignored, and disrespected. So where is the disconnect? How could we possibly be so divided? Well, from where I am standing, it appears that you are extremely invested in data, things like awards, scores, and public perception, not what's really going on. Because no one in the first group has even spent one full day in the classroom being personally responsible for the well-being of the children's welfare, and I don't know how many years. Or you wouldn't keep insisting that everything is hunky-dory in Saugus, because it is not. You have not called for help and had no one show up. You have not been told to simultaneously calm down one student while protecting and, by the way, teaching everybody else. If you had, you would understand why we do not feel supported as a group. Until this is acknowledged and repaired, I don't see how we're going to effectively solve anything. How could you help close this gap and show that you are listening? You could answer these questions. Number one, will you stop the current inclusion process and stop putting special needs students in general ed classrooms without the supports in place first? Number two, why did Saugus get rid of all the counselors without even consulting the teachers? We have created a huge gap that once again the teachers are expected to fill. Third, can we please take an honest look at PBIS, our behavior management system? Having clear expectations without clear boundaries is ineffective and dangerous. And finally, will you acknowledge that this is not just a lack of training? You can train us to be general ed teachers and special ed teachers and counselors, but you know what? We cannot do it all at the same time. What you are asking us to do is impossible. Bringing it back around to together we achieve more. We are on the same team, but we're not on the same page. Thank you for listening, and God bless you.
Thank you. Tim Ben Boydston, followed by Deanna and Len Uncless.
President Watson, members of the school board, and Superintendent Hawkins. I am Tim Ben Boydston. I am speaking as a private citizen. Also, I have the honor of serving the public as you did, but a number of years ago on our city council. One of the things that was very important at the time when I came on the council is, unfortunately, if you ever followed politics, you would have seen it then, was there was a great disrespect by the members of the council, several of them, to the public. They just treated them like they're a problem. They treated them like, oh no, this is a problem. These people are saying things that are unkind or don't make us look good and all that. And they were rude. And that's the way they treated them. And I'm here to tell you, after participating in the last meeting and observing it, I think you need to listen to your own board manual policy for Saugus Union District, just so you know how to interact with the people that are here. The board and district staff shall model civil behavior as an example of behavior that is expected throughout the district. Practices that promote civil behavior include actively listening, giving full attention to the speaker, and refraining from interruptions, welcoming and encouraging participation, input, and feedback through stakeholder engagement, and promptly responding to concerns and embracing varying and diverse viewpoints. That's your number one job as the board. That is to take input from the public because they elected you. So I would hope going forward that you do that, because that's the only way you're going to get to a solution with some severe problems that this district is encountering. You can do that by modeling, which you've agreed to do, You're going to keep your focus, the best interests of the students. You're going to respectfully listen actively and openly to the ideas of others, and you're going to respect differences. Those are what you signed on for. You signed that document. So we expect to see that going forward, because otherwise this is not going to be solved. We're here for the students. We're not here for political reasons. Did not appreciate the fact that a board member sent out a political email saying, basically, before the last meeting, that the group of parents and teachers and para instructors and all the people that got together with zero political, having anything to do with politics. Someone sent an email saying that we were all coming there so that we could ban books and do some other nefarious things. We've had enough of that. That's not why we're here. We're here for the safety of the students and so that all our kids get a great education. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Borston. Next up is Deanna, followed by Len Unclis and Karen Carville.
Hi. On 10/29, Mr. Trunkey told the public and the school board members that for the benefit of the board and the public, it is imperative for those who run and are lucky enough to be on the board to fulfill their obligations and rearrange personal obligations if necessary to be at all meetings. Personally, I would hope that a school board meeting not precede a job that provides for your family. It is appalling that you, Mr. Trunkey, would suggest that to Ms. Grease. Mr. Trunkey said lucky enough to her. Ms. Grease campaigned and won. This was not a raffle. Let's review some statistics from your teachers. Ms. Grease received the highest percent of votes above all other 5 school board members for saying teachers feel supported by her. She also received the lowest percent of votes saying she was not supportive of them. Fact, your Saugus teachers feel heard and supported by Ms. Grease, and it is evident that she is indeed fulfilling her personal obligations. On 11/19, Ingrid Boyston spoke on her dissatisfaction with the district and the school board. 2 parents offered to give her their allotted minutes to speak. Per bylaw, you're not able to do this. However, as a board, you could have allowed this to happen if you chose to. Mr. Trunkey, you had 3 school board members request that Ingrid be heard. Ms. Grease said your name an alarming 9 times. Ms. Garibay 2 times and Mr. Watson 2 times. You were condescending and talked over all 3 of them. You asked Ms. Dahl 3 times to answer you. Your job on this school board is to listen to your teachers and collaborate with your board. Ingrid is a respected veteran teacher. You promote PBIS in all of your schools. There was nothing positive about how you acted in those 2 meetings. Leaders should lead by example. If you are in a position where you're not able to speak to people respectfully, maybe it's time to step down. You should consider the way you interacted with your colleagues. I have great concerns about your continued leadership if this is the way you treat people you are supposed to be supporting. Thank you.
Thank you. Len Unclis, followed by Karen Carville and Leah Kogan.
Good evening. Let's see if I can keep this bull in the china shop under control, because you know that I tend to get a little bit uncorked with you guys. Thank you to start with for realizing that we get to speak before before certain things are decided. Okay? Thank you for listening to your counsel and understanding that that is the way things work. It's in the code. Pay attention to it. Okay? So, on to the big issue of the night. We're looking at setting up a new, installing a new president. Well, I don't quite know who it should be, but I know who it should not be. And that's you, Mr. Trunkey. Look me square in the eyes. Okay? You do not deserve, under any circumstances, to lead anything. Period. The way you treated people in this room and all the people outside the room, keep looking at me, Mr. Trunkey. Show some respect, Mr. Trunkey. Show respect to your employers.
Mr. Unclis, please continue with what you have to say.
When he shows respect, which he chooses so often not to. Okay? We're not standing for it. Period. Not negotiable. Okay? do not, under any circumstances, put him in the board, in the presidency. Because to do so, we're going to do an immediate vote of no confidence and subsequent removal. It's going to take money, it's going to take effort. We're getting him out. He is rude, he is reprehensible, he is condescending, and he treats people like crap. Okay? He's on a power trip, and he thinks the world revolves around him. Bullshit.
Mr. Uncless, I'm going to ask you to watch your language, please. Continue to address this board respectfully. You have 1:14 left.
Sorry, horseshit. Okay? So, this is how it's going to be. Don't put him in. We're not asking. We're demanding. Don't put him in. He will be the undoing of any possible meaningful work that this board is doing. I don't know how much that is, but under his leadership, things are going to fail. Okay? You got teachers and you got other people that absolutely cannot stand the man because of the way he treats them. Who the hell treats someone that way? Who do you think you are, Mr. Trunkey? Treating people like that? You don't have any mandate from God to treat us that way. And you won't. Just letting you know. We are your employers. We decide. I've made that clear before. I'm making it clear again. You don't have say unless we give it to you. And if you don't do as we, the people, say, you're out. Like yesterday's garbage. Done.
Karen Carville, followed by Leah Kogan.
Community that wants
Karen
to speak.
Carville.
Mr. Trunkey.
Karen Carville.
Information.
We heard Ms. Boydston. She had her 3 minutes.
Mr.
And you will hear her.
We did not cut her off. She had her 3 minutes.
Get it straight from you.
Mrs. Carville,
Hold on,
3 minutes.
hold on. If we all agree that that she offered up her time to Mrs. Boydston, Mrs. Song offered up her time.
She wants
If
to
we
speak
agree-
on a different topic. She is allowed 3 minutes on a different topic. So the next topic is subtreatment and Mrs. Carville, followed by Laurel Castagna.
Mr. Trunkey, can anyone hear me? Can we decide as a board that we're gonna allow her to speak?
Karen Carville.
That Mr.
You have 3 minutes. Mrs. Stahl, you can start the clock. You can start the clock. Mrs. Carville is right there.
Can anyone hear me?
3 minutes.
Mr. Trunkey, I agree with Miss Garibay. We need to allow the speakers to speak. You cannot just bulldoze over and not allow people to speak who came here wanting to be
Mrs.
listened to.
Boydston had her 3 minutes. If she wants to fill out
Mr.
another clock,
President-
speak on a different topic,
Mr.
she can
President,
have
can you
another
please
3
step in?
minutes.
Mr. Trunkey.
Mrs.
how many
Carville,
speakers do we have?
3 minutes. You may start the clock.
Mr. Trunkey, before we start, how many more speaker cards do we have?
Mrs. Dahl, you can start the clock, please. Mr.
Hello,
Watson,
Yes, how many more speaker cards do we have, Mr. Trunkey?
we have 3 more speakers.
Okay,
let them speak.
can we at least move Ms. Boydston? to end What she has to say after the.
Many of us witnessed the meeting last time. My name was called over 10 times, even though there was obviously a lot of craziness going on. I wrote an email after my heart went out to Pam Doll. I mean, she's a doll, being yelled at to start the clock. I'm sure it was terrible for you. It was out of control. I mean, I don't know what to say about the last meeting. Mr. Trunkey, your trustee area is, if anyone lives in the Cedar Creek, Sky Blue, or Plum Elementary area, he is up for election in 2 years. It was very unsettling and just disrespectful to the district and us as
Thank you.
parents.
Leah Kogan? Is it Leah? Okay, thank you.
Hello, I'm Leah Kogan, and I spoke in our last November meeting addressing children's safety and teacher safety as well. And I do want to just reiterate that we do want to accommodate children with special needs, but we also have to remember our rights as employees, teachers, administrators, general ed teachers, that if we are placed in an environment where we get yelled at, screamed at by children, other adults, I don't think it's right or fair that we need to be put in that environment and there's nothing the district can do to protect us. So I don't care if a child is 3 years old, 5 years old, or if an adult is 10 years old. If a person is yelling at me, I don't believe I need to be in that type of environment. I don't think an administrator who gets yelled at should be in that type of environment, because so many times administrators are getting hit as well trying to remove a child. And now there's rules that say you can't even remove a child who hits or screams. There's a corner called a calming space. But if the child can't calm down, everybody else leaves the room, not the child that is having a meltdown. So that's how absurd this rule or law is to protect a child with special needs. Or we don't even know, because when they're kindergartners or TK, they don't even have a record yet. But the behavior is a child is hurting other people. So that's what we're seeing, and that's what we need to deal with. And we have rights. We need to establish some criteria, some rights, and it can't be a 30-day due process SST or anything like that. It has to be immediate action to protect the teacher, to protect all children, and to protect other adults that if they're in the room and a child is hurting them. Because I know I cannot lay a hand on a 5-year-old who's very fragile, but yet there has to be some laws that protect me from not getting hit as well. So I just want to reiterate that. And I would like to say, I was thinking about a solution. It's a ratio between 1 to 30 teacher. Can we go back to half day K? So that way the ratio is 1 to 15, 2 credentialing adults, allowing little kids to go to school for 3 hours, and we focus on their social, emotional well-being. We give them the attention that they need. That is my solution. We don't have the money to hire more teachers, but we could sure break down the days, give them the adult attention that they need, because maybe it's not a disability. Maybe it's just coping skills. But when there's 30 kids and no adult to talk to a child who's having a meltdown, the behavior will continue. 2 teachers.
Thank you.
We did it before.
Thank you all. On to item 2B. At this time, I would like to nominate and make a motion that we elect Katherine Cooper for the position of president for the next year. Do I have a second? Okay. Hearing a lack of a second, I'll entertain nominations for someone else for the position of president for the next year.
I'm going to nominate Mr. Trunkey, and I'm going to tell you why, because
Excuse me, sir. That language cannot be tolerated in this forum. Please comport yourself in a civil manner. Thank you. This is our meeting, not yours.
Because at the time of the last meeting, he was attempting to enforce what he believed the bylaws to be, and I agree with his interpretation. If we don't follow the rules cease to have any relevance. I know that you certainly want your children to obey the rules in school, and I think that in as much as we need to be respectful of the audience and the community and the audience also need to be respectful of us and our meeting. It's a meeting of the board in public, not a community meeting. So,
okay.
I don't believe that is part of board policy in terms of what happened that night. So I don't know if that's an accurate depiction.
Thank you, Mrs. Grease. We have a motion on the table. Do we have a second? Okay. Do I have any other motions for president for the 2025 year?
I would like to move that Mrs. Garibay be president.
I
Do we-
will second it. You have the right to say no. You really don't want it, but I think you would be good.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'm going to open it up to discussion. Mrs. Garibay, I think you are an honorable member of this board and certainly worthy of the position. My only concern is that traditionally, prior to serving as president, there's training at the CSBA conference that I know you did not have an opportunity to engage in this year. But if you are willing to accept the position, I would be willing to vote for you. Is there any other discussion on the matter? Okay, with a motion and second for Mrs. Patty Garibay as board president for 2025, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed?
Nay.
Okay, and with a vote of 4-1, Patty Garibay becomes our next president. Do I have a motion for board clerk for 2025?
I will make a motion that Mrs. Grease be board clerk.
I will second. Any discussion on the matter? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
I heard 2 ayes and 1 nay. I'm gonna go ahead and ask the clerk to call the roll one by one so that we get every member's vote, whether it's an aye, a nay, or an abstention.
Ms. Cooper,
Nay.
Mrs. Garibay, Mrs. Grease,
Aye.
Mr. Watson.
Aye.
I vote aye. The motion carries with a 5-0 vote.
Okay. And at this point in our agenda, we are scheduled to pause for photos, but I believe, right, and we'll reorganize, but I believe Mrs. Huff has arrived. Is Mrs. Huff here? And at the risk of sounding a little bit self-serving, did you have something that you wanted to do before we reorganize? Okay. Shall we?
Don't you guys go down there?
We'll go Christopher first. Hi, I'm Chris Huff. I work for State Senator Suzette Valladares. I'm here to recognize Christopher Trunkey and Matt Watson for their service this year as board clerk and as board president. So on behalf of State Senator Suzette Valladares, thank you for your service. Thank you for all you do and for the community and for Saugus Union School District. And here's a certificate recognizing you. You are so welcome. And Matt, you as well. On behalf of State Senator Suzette Valladares, and you know how that, I almost said Scott Wilson. I would have meant that. I would have meant that too, because he would surely want to congratulate you as well. Thank you for what you've done this year on behalf of the Saugus Union School District and the community. So thank you on behalf of Suzette Valladares. Here is a scroll for you. Thank you. Yeah.
I think we need to take a few minutes now to gather our belongings and play musical chairs.
Okay, let's go ahead and call this meeting to order. Everybody ready to get started? Thank you, appreciate it. All right, so we're going to move on to selection of, everybody hear me? All right, thank you. We're going to move on to selection of member of governing board as representative who shall vote in electing members to the county committee on school district organization. So do I have a motion? I don't know what I'm doing.
Who do you want to?
Who do we want to, who do we want to nominate for that position?
Remind me again, which position? am I
This
looking
is
at?
for
I
the
lost my track.
county committee on school district organization.
Mhm.
We ask for volunteers.
Member of the governing
I
board.
think it was Cassie's job. Pardon me?
Is it right now?
I believe
Oh,
it was
okay.
Cassie last year, so it was Patty.
Is it just one person?
Mhm.
It's- Okay.
Well, I'll nominate Ms. Cooper.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Hi.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Moving on to agenda item E, board representative for the special education local plan area, SELPA, the board liaison for that position. I think, Mr. Trunkey, you've served in that capacity in the past.
Yes, I have.
Does anybody want to make a motion to
I'll
appoint?
nominate Mr. Trunkey to return to that position.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Great. Moving on to the selection of a governing board member representative for LA County School Trustees Association.
I will nominate Mr. Watson.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and next one, selecting one board member to serve as member and alternate for the governing board of the Saugus High School Facilities Financing Authority. I think myself and Mrs. Grease served in that capacity this year. I think you were the main.
I'm fine with continuing.
I would nominate
If I
Mrs.
get
Grease.
nominated.
I will second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
And I think we also need an alternate, so I was the alternate. I'm happy to do that again. So if somebody would,
Nominate Ms. Garibay
Okay.
to act as the alternate.
Second.
motion second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Great. Okay, moving on to the Measure EE Citizens Oversight Selection Committee. Do we have anybody would like to nominate?
Who's done that in the past?
I think it was Mrs. Grease.
Mrs.
No?
Grease, would you like?
Oh, no.
Wasn't me.
Oh, okay, never
No.
mind.
Well, golly, if she'll have it, I'll nominate Mrs. Grease.
Will you have it?
What is it?
This is a role where when and if there are new members needed for the Measure EE Citizens Oversight Committee, you meet with myself and Mr. Heinlein to review the applications. It's very similar to what you and Mrs. Cooper did for
Yeah,
the 7-Eleven committee.
sure.
Okay, so Mrs. Grease has agreed. Anybody would anybody be willing to make a motion? Motion
I
second?
moved.
Oh, you
Move
moved
to
it?
second.
Second?
Who's
All those in favor?
Aye.
Hi.
I think
Aye.
it was it Chris? You seconded it? Or I'm sorry, Mr. Trunky?
No.
Mrs.
that would be
Watson?
Ms.
Or
Cooper.
Mrs. Cooper, sorry.
Okay.
Cooper.
I just try to keep track for
Thank you, because I'm not-
everybody. No,
Great. Okay, so moving on to, so I think we've got all of our board positions set. Moving on to approve resolution 2425, number 40 for certification of signatures for Division of School Finance Services of orders.
You skipped the calendar.
Oh, did I? Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm new to this whole thing, so my apologies up front, but I'll be really good at the end. You'll see.
Speak on the calendar.
Okay, so going back up to item I, approve 2025 calendar of regular special board meetings and governance calendar. We presented this at the last meeting. We've discussed a couple different times. Can we get a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Second?
Second.
Can I ask a quick question? So on the special board meetings, we have one scheduled for 9/17. I just want to make sure that people are aware. We have one on 9/17 and then we have a regular board meeting on 9/16.
Right, so that
Everybody
that
okay?
would be something I was going to present. Was there are the regular board meetings and the special board meetings. The regular board meetings were adjusted to meet the demands of several work calendars. And the special meetings were adjusted from the last time that you saw them to include two, excuse me, 2 special meetings on behavior, as well as a special meeting on the achievement gap.
in addition to our standard meetings. The reason that it's done, the special meeting that you commented on, Mrs. Grease, is that's the time of the year that we normally do that. We can move it certainly if you'd like, but it is our standard time frame for doing that particular meeting and making sure that we have the information discussed early enough in the school year to make it meaningful without violating the ability to have the discussion about the data.
Yeah, I'm just noting that it's back to back.
I understand.
That happens
That's
on
all I'm
February
doing.
4th and 5th also.
Yeah.
It's because of the first and the third meetings.
Does anybody have any issues with that, or are we okay to move forward?
I will not be available on the 5th, but I don't.
You will not be available on February 5th?
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions or comments? No, can I get a motion to approve?
If we can pick another day
Mhm.
that everyone can agree on now, so that we can all be there. Unless someone has that would be preferable.
We discussed our hopes to have that special board meeting sometime soon, hopefully early January or, I'm sorry, late January or early February.
I'll move stuff around, so it's fine.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so can I get a second, or sorry, motion?
We have a motion, we have a
motion,
second, now you need to vote.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Now you get to do the resolution.
Okay, so moving on to resolution 2425, certification of signatures for division of school financial services of orders for salary, commercial payments, notice of employment contracts and related documents. So for this, we actually have, did we have a second? Or sorry, so moved
Chris
and
Trunkey.
second?
I'll second.
Great. We'll do a roll call. So
I will do the roll call. Mr. Watson,
Aye.
Mr. Trunkey,
Aye.
Ms. Cooper,
Aye.
Ms. Garibay,
aye.
and I vote aye.
Okay, motion passes.
Move on through the next one.
Okay,
We've done that already.
Okay.
So now we go,
consent calendar.
no,
No, we're on item
we're
L.
on item L.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so moving on to item L, Saugus Teachers Association, Ms. Linda Valdez.
How nice. Good evening, board members, cabinet colleagues, community members, and families. I just wanted to thank you, Mr. Watson, for your leadership this evening and the willingness to move the agenda with flexibility. We often do that when we have our meetings, which is really helpful for us to do, so we can move things around as it makes sense. And so the fact that you did that this evening was really provided lots of people an opportunity to speak. So that was really thoughtful. Thank you. Okay, earlier this month, the CTA Bay Valley Service Center held its biannual school board dinner at the Proud Bird in Los Angeles. We would like to thank Mrs. Cooper and Mr. Watson for joining us. It was a good opportunity to get to know you a bit better. School board members from Long Beach up to Los Virgenes attended the event. The purpose of the dinner was to assist in developing an understanding of the relationship and perspective of CTA and its local associations, to assist in developing and improving positive relationships with our school board members, and to assist in providing our school board members with information about the NEA, the CTA, and our local association. Our CTA Executive Officer, Leslie Littman, who was once the president of the Heart Teachers Association, is now the vice president of our statewide organization. She spoke about the wage gap for educators, the statewide community school program, and the reintroduction of legislation surrounding paid pregnancy leave. School board members were encouraged to connect with association presidents and with other local union leaders to stay informed about teacher and student needs. At present, Mrs. Grease has made herself readily available to our members, and my hope is that other board members will begin to do the same. A couple of weeks ago, we held our STA December General Membership Social Gathering, or we call it a gala, at Bridgeport Elementary School. It was a nice opportunity for members to connect and share time together. Our bargaining team provided an update. We are pleased with how negotiations are going this year. Our team has worked really hard with the district team as well. One of our goals is to increase the pace of
negotiations in order to eventually bargain for the upcoming year rather than retroactively. Our association is part of a coalition of associations called Power Up Locals. And at a recent meeting, we were talking about sunshining. And I thought, gosh, we sunshined really early. They were talking about their kickoffs for sunshine. And I thought, wow, we did a really great job in our district. And come to find out, they were talking about sunshining for the 25-26 school year, while we are still working on our current school year. So in conversations with the coalitions, we discovered that we as a community here in Santa Clarita tend to negotiate. Our negotiation cycle is late, so we're kind of often doing it in arrears. Actually, we always are. So we're negotiating currently right now for this current school year, as opposed to negotiating for the upcoming year. So I don't know if there's a way we could consider looking at, well, I guess we are going to ask to consider looking at a way to start pushing our timeline out so that eventually we can catch up and we can be negotiating for our next year contract as opposed to retroactively for the current contract. So that was good information, I feel like, for our association and also for CSEA, as we are a Me Too district. We also had a special guest speaker, Erica Jones, who's the CTA State Secretary Treasurer, who is now a resident of Saugus Union School District. Her daughter will one day be a student at Emblem. She shared with us updates on issues CTA is working on across the state, including a careful look at inclusion programs, expectations, and models. She addressed the importance of making sure we are advocating for and providing supports for the unmet needs of our students. She says that they don't like to use the term behavior issues, and that behavior issues and working with dysregulated students is really looking at unmet needs, and we must continue to provide supports to the students who have their unmet needs. And in whatever capacity the district can support us in doing that is something that we advocate for as educators, as part of STA as well. Let's see. I visited Rosedale last week, and I toured 3 of the primary inclusion classrooms. The model our district currently uses is that of a push-in model. The co-teaching models, which are something that we really should be looking into for future, maximize opportunities for instruction within the classroom. And CTA provided a great opportunity for Brandon and I to attend the special ed conference, where we learned a lot about the co-teaching model, which allows for the 2 teachers, the special ed teacher and the general ed teacher, to be in the same classroom together, meeting the needs of all the students throughout the day. So that would be, I think, a critical model to look at for us to be able to maximize the supports in the classroom. Yesterday, we received feedback from the start, stop, and continue suggestions that teachers provided the district at our November 1st Professional Development Day. We look forward to seeing the impacts of those suggestions unfold over the upcoming weeks and months. In closing, I'd like to acknowledge that we as STA stand here in solidarity with our labor partners, CSEA, requesting that action in addressing both of our surveys, opening channels of communication, and strengthening collaboration between our members and the district continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to our CSEA, Ms. Sylvia Arnon.
Good evening, Cabinet Board members and community. Our classified employees continue to struggle and continue to report that morale is low. Tonight, we are here in solidarity with STA, requesting action to address morale and the lack of communication with all staff. Classified employees acknowledge that our superintendent has reached out to examine our needs at the start of the new year. We look forward to addressing our concerns. I have been a part of this district for a while, and I recall a much happier school environment. Classified employees need more support in their classrooms and on the playgrounds. All employees need a pay schedule that fairly compensates for the hard work that they provide. Our paraeducators are overworked and under stress. Our preschool special education paraeducators deserve a stipend for their extra work in challenging classrooms. It is unfair to them not to receive a stipend. They are struggling with onerous demands and continuous diapering. They are questioning whether they should stay in their positions. And yes, there have been tears. Special education paraeducators are dealing with behaviors and continue to get injured while working. General education paraeducators are in need of support too. We are pleading with the district to take action and offer more assistance. The ratios are exact. The reality is very different. All employees have shown resilience, strength, and a positive disposition. We would like the district to work with us, address the needs of each classroom, and ensure our safety and mental health. District employees are a part of the school community. Their emotional and physical well-being matters. This benefits all students who always come first, creating a happy, safe, and productive learning environment for all. I remember the words of the author Don Brown. An incident is just the tip of the iceberg, a sign of a much larger problem below the surface. We deserve better. Please consider our plea for assistance. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to our Saugus administrators, Ms. Katie Demsher, please.
Good evening, Governing Board, Cabinet, and guests. I am Katie Demsher, Principal at Emblem Academy. It's hard to believe the year is coming to a close, and it's a good time to reflect on what progress has been made this year and what work is still ahead of us. With students learning always at the forefront, teachers and students in grades 3 through 6 have reflected on IAB data and will be working toward further growth in the essential standards throughout the year. Grades K through 6 will soon show their progress on the second iReady diagnostic in January, and this will provide additional helpful information to assist teachers, targeted instruction, and students in setting goals for further growth to be made before the third and final diagnostic in May. Every week, teachers continue to collaborate in their professional learning teams during grade level PE. Thank you, campus supervisors. They share best instructional practices and determine next steps based on their students' data. School site councils, parent principal coffees and chats, and ELAC meetings have been reviewing the California dashboard information and reviewing and updating the school plan for student achievement, otherwise known as our SPSA. Of course, student learning comes after they feel safe and comfortable at school. Comprehensive safety plans are also being updated and approved at the site level and will soon be brought to the board for review and approval. These plans include goals that best support student and staff safety, emergency preparedness, and positive behaviors on campus. To that end, our PBIS stores continue to reward students for exemplifying respectful learning behaviors on campus. Our daily SEL time, as well as school social worker lessons, support our instruction in positive and appropriate behaviors on campus. All of these pieces work together to help each child experience personal and academic success. Being a leader is not about being in charge. It's about taking care of those in our charge. As administrators, we are so grateful that we have the privilege to work with the wonderful students of the Santa Clarita area and their families. We appreciate the teamwork, support, and collaboration of all our classified and certificated employees at the school site and district office. Thank you to our board and cabinet for your dedication and support of our students, parents, and staff across the district. We wish you all safe and healthy holidays filled with warm memories, special moments, and well-deserved rest. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a representative from the district parent leader organizations, school site council? Anybody? No? Okay, we'll move on. Representative from Child Development Programs, Ms. Mary Mann.
Good evening, board members and cabinet. I'm here, Mary Mann, Director of Categorical Program and Special Projects. And tonight I have the pleasure of introducing the Assistant Site Supervisor from Sky Blue Mesa. She's going to talk about how wonderful, yay, I say the same. You know, the after-school program is just so wonderful, and it's made up of such enthusiastic people who really have a passion for children, and they lead they lead activity leaders who sometimes it's their first job. And so they're such role models. And she's going to talk today about our after school enrichment program as well, which has over 100 classes, which are free to students, and has about close to 2,000 students enjoying things like Chem Kids and different projects relating to career and technical education. So I now give you Brittany from Sky Blue Mesa.
Good evening, board members, cabinet, and community members. My name is Brittany Douthit, and I am the Assistant Site Supervisor for the Child Development Program at Sky Blue Mesa Elementary School. I'm so excited to be able to introduce myself and to share some stories about the fun activities that we have within the CDP program at Sky Blue, as well as my past experiences with being at Charles Helmers Elementary as well. This is my second year working in the Child Development Program. I started last year at Charles Helmers and have since gotten to experience being at Sky Blue Mesa this year. This job has been so rewarding and has solidified my passion for a career in education. Both these schools' staff and students have taught me so much about how to best support these students in their learning journey and to give them an outlet to express all of their creativity. Between the clever monthly curriculum and all of the enrichment opportunities, I have seen students of all ages beam with excitement over what this program has to offer. Among all that the CDP program offers, the enrichment opportunities are something that I have noticed kids of all ages take interest in. Black Rocket Enrichment specifically has been running a weekly Lego stop motion animation class recently for primary that they have been thoroughly enjoying. It has been so rewarding to see how excited the students are to show their parents the projects they've been working on. Last year, Woodcraft Rangers Enrichment provided weekly STEM activities as well for our primary students last year, where they got to learn about animals and their habitats. And that usually inspired the kids on the following days to make drawings and clay sculptures of the animals and habitats that they learned about in class. At Charles Helmers last year, I remember all of my kindergartners and primary students counting down the days until the Woodcraft Rangers would be back at our school the following Monday. Our upper grade students at Sky Blue Mesa have quite the creative side. Our upper graders love the daily curriculum activities and specifically any projects that give them a creative outlet. They started coming together to create a bunch of artistic motivational posters that we started hanging up for a motivation wall, and they love contributing to it whenever they have extra free time. They love getting creative with the crafts and putting their own creative spin on each activity to make it their own and express themselves. Whether that is making a Jack Skellington little themed snowflake or Hello Kitty themed snowman, they love to put their own twist on things. And in all, it has just been so exciting to see what each day brings and to see how excited our students are to come to this program at CDP every single day. Thank you so much for listening and have a great rest of your evening.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to superintendent cabinet reports. Ms. Berries.
Thank you. I would just like to say thank you to the board members for the service and the roles that you have, and congratulations on the board members in your new role. And to everybody out there, I hope you have a wonderful, restful, safe, relaxing break. See you next year.
I've never gotten to use ditto, but I'm going to ditto that and save the rest for my presentation. Thank you.
All right, again, congratulations, everyone, on your roles. And again, I wish everybody a well-deserved and well-needed winter break.
I have a presentation tonight, so I'll reserve my words for them.
Look at y'all. Well, I got stuff to say tonight. So I do want to congratulate the board on another successful year and another successful reorganization meeting for that portion. I want to thank CSEA and STA leadership for their acknowledgement of the Start, Stop, and Continue information. It's difficult to go through 2,700 individual comments and really make meaningful adjustments or comments or attention to those. And so I want you to know that we are committed to doing that work that we've listed and eating that elephant one bite at a time. So I appreciate your patience and your support. But I did want to talk to the board because you weren't able to attend. We had, thank you, Mrs. Berries, and to Mrs. Quinn for their work We had our superintendent's special education task force meeting last Wednesday, as a matter of fact. And it was a wonderful meeting. It was exactly what I had hoped those meetings would be. The first couple of meetings that we've had centered around individuals giving their information about what they would like to do. And I always think that's an important way to look at any sort of change or need or work that we want to do. You want to validate the thoughts and feelings of others. Then you want to begin to look at how those correlate with what experts might say. We were fortunate to have Carolyn come and spend quite a lot of time with the committee going over the FCMAT report and allowing the committee members to ask detailed questions, which was very powerful. But I think the most powerful part was taking the time for the committee to actually read the report. So it wasn't where they were sitting and looking at slides or a summary, but they were reading all of the words of the report and putting together ideas and suggestions for different things. For example, I think we talked in the FCMAT report about the lack of exiting students from special education. In those conversations from the parents on the committee, excuse me, I have a cold. And so the more I talk, the worse my voice gets. So I'm trying to hang in there with that. But the parents commented on how oftentimes their kids will make progress, meaning they may go from a more restrictive environment or a higher classification of services to maybe a lesser classification of services. And so while they may not be exited from special ed because that's not something that is possible for that student, the change in the kinds of services that they receive occurs because they're making really positive progress. At some of the schools, we celebrate that. At other schools, we don't acknowledge that. We didn't talk about that data with FCMAT, and Carolyn acknowledged that. And so from the committee's discussion, we're going to start to take more of a look at not only how we exit and when we exit, but how we celebrate students who are making their progress towards their goals and maybe moving services to the goal is being back in general ed if we can have it with the least restrictive environment, right? Because that would be the goal for all students. But really celebrating that where it's appropriate and looking at things, for example, professional development has been a big topic of conversation, whether it is with teachers, general ed teachers, special ed teachers, or support providers. And the discussion we had was in what are we going to require? Kyle Evans brought this up. What is going to be required and what is going to be optional? And we talked about working together as a committee along with parents to develop a foundation for that. The final thing I think that was most important in the discussion was comments that were made from parents about future parental education and how the parents on the committee wanted to really be part of that movement. I think it's very challenging when a parent participates in that initial IEP and identification process. And I do think that sometimes it feels for some parents like a real battle. We had some that had that experience with school systems and others that have not. And it seemed really easy and the school employees brought that to them. But that once the students were into the program and receiving the services, there was really no knowledge on the parents' part of what is next, what those goals mean, how they're working to fade some goals out over time. Because what a student may need when they're initially identified with their disability and what they may need as they age doesn't always mean increase in services. Sometimes it means decrease in services. And where we really started talking about the difference with that is with the transition from elementary school to middle school. Not the transition from district Saugus to district Hart, but what they need and what they need to have. We also talked about the transitions for preschool. So I know that we look at all of those pieces, but I just want to thank all the members of that committee. We were here for almost the full day. We had lunch and everything. We're going to have another one again And we're going to continue to meet until we have some recommendations that they can make to the governing board about what we should start to focus on. They're not expected to solve all of the problems, but to make some recommendations. And then while that committee will not meet monthly at that point, but it will come back together and meet again to have additional discussions as we refine and go through our processes to help make sure that we're not only meeting the needs of the special education kids, we're being reasonable with the resources. And when I say those resources, making sure that our staff have the support, making sure that our schools are outfitted properly, making sure our curriculum provided to them is appropriate, and all of those things. So it was a wonderful meeting. Look forward to probably giving you an update. I would say end of February, probably March will be, right? And we'll have members of the committee come to do that presentation for you all. Happy holidays to everybody. I hope you have a restful, blessed holiday season. You never know when someone you love will not be with you again. And I think it's really important for everybody to just love on your people, whether it's in person or on the phone or on a text. Please don't forget how important it is to say, I love you. And I wish we could spend more time together, or I'm happy you're here. So I hope everybody has that opportunity this year because it is so important. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to board reports. We'll start with Mr. Watson.
You have to follow that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Hawkins. Bless you. Yeah, I've got a little bit on my mind this evening, a little bit to share. So there's been a lot going on since our last regular meeting of the governing board. We worked as a board team to collaborate on the superintendent's mid-year review. I appreciate the public taking time to weigh in. I do have to say I was quite confused by some of the comments, but perhaps I can get to that soon. I also attended with Ms. Cooper and a fun group of our STA labor partners, the CTA, Bay Valley Service Center Council School Board Dinner in West LA. It was an enjoyable event, and I want to thank CTA, STA, Mrs. Valdez, Ms. O'Brien, Ms. Garcia, Mrs. Fannin, and Ms. Gonzalez. Thank you very much. Had a good time. I also attended with Dr. Hawkins, several members of the cabinet, and my colleagues, the CSBA conference in Anaheim. I always enjoy the learning that comes from the workshops as well as interacting with our colleagues from around the state. It's a very valuable conference every year. Since I first decided to run for a seat on this board in 2020, I've always tried to be very clear about my priorities. This district and all school districts, all public school districts, are about the growth and well-being of our students and nothing else. That's what public education is for. That's the reason I pursued a career in public education myself. That's the reason I've sought this position. And for that reason, my priorities have always been kids first and only. And because they are the ones that serve our kids, teachers and staff next, and parents third. In my time on this board, we've increased physical security measures. We've increased and improved the social emotional well-being services to our students. We've improved attendance. We've seen academic growth that has outpaced both the state and local averages. And our students have received accolades and awards. Our schools have received accolades and awards for, in the form of national recognitions and grant monies. And especially after hearing from Miss Olivia Topp this evening, I can say with confidence that we are doing our job. I've also recognized that we indeed have some improvements to make. In fact, we just had a discussion on a special meeting to look into some of the concerns that we've heard. But in our duty to serve our students, we are doing our job and we will continue to do so. However, I've become increasingly concerned with the recent level of rhetoric at our board meetings. We've witnessed alarming levels of political posturing and uncivil behavior and language that has absolutely nothing to do with student achievement or well-being. In the wake of our most recent meetings, I've reached out to several to discuss my concerns with them personally and one-on-one. And I just want to remind us all that we are here for our students and nothing else. That is the only lens through which I will continue to make decisions, and I would like to remind us all as we move forward into 2025 to keep our eye on the ball. Thanks, and I hope you all have a joyous and peaceful holiday season.
Mr. Trunkey?
Yes, thank you. First, I want to congratulate Mr. Watson, Mrs. Garibay, and Ms. Cooper for their installation. And congratulations to Mrs. Garibay and Mrs. Grease for your new roles as officers. And thank you, Mr. Watson, for your year of service as board president. And thank you to the entire cabinet and my colleagues that attended the California School Boards Association Annual Education Conference in Anaheim. And other than that, happy holidays to everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Watson, for the reminder about our true focus. I also attended the CTA dinner. It was enjoyable to get to know the teachers in a different environment, and the salmon was really good. One of the things we talked about was community schools, and one of the officers of the CTA offered to come and do a presentation, so maybe we can work that. I know it's a lot of work to get one, and there's some strings attached, but it's definitely worth at least learning something about. I also went to the CSBA conference. There was in one of the financials, they said, if you have a good CBO, they're doing this, and everything they said, Nick is already doing. So every time I go to one of these, I just appreciate our cabinet because we're generally doing the good things that they suggest, but just especially Mr. Heinlein. The other thing that I learned at the CSB conference, which is, I mean, it's coming in everywhere, is using AI in schools. And I know there's a lot of potential dangers involved, but there's also a lot of potential benefits. Santa Ana shared their like 3-year implementation template. And so, of course, I got a copy of that. So somewhere along the line, we can start thinking about that. It's got a lot of benefits, for the students and for the teachers. And I hope everyone has happy holidays.
Thank you. Ms. Grease?
Hi, everyone. Very interesting meeting today. I just have a couple things, just I guess follow up from the speakers for today. I'm interested to understand more about iReady that was presented by Miss Olivia Topp, and just understanding her thoughts and solutions on lesson-based versus minute-based, and the anxiety that apparently kids are feeling with having to take the test. As a parent myself, I can attest to my child getting anxiety and not loving iReady for the same exact reasons that were shared for today. So I'm looking forward to maybe spending a little bit more time and learning about this and maybe implementing some change. Second of all, interested to hear more about the bathroom comments from Bouquet Learning Academy and what exactly that is. I'm hoping we're not locking the bathrooms and there's no access, but I don't really know. So I'm interested to just learn more about that. The FCMAT report, I'm optimistic about the task force that is being put in place and learning more about the results come next year. I am curious to know if some of the feedback from Ms. Joseph that she shared a couple meetings ago, if that was factored into any of the meeting that had already taken place, because I noticed she is not part of that committee. Sounds like she has a lot of experience and provided a lot of solutions and feedback that I would love to make sure that we incorporate. Second of all, to not detract, again, I want to state 81.6% of our teachers do not feel supported by the superintendent. 67.1% do not feel supported by district staff. This is something that we should not forget. I'm optimistic again about the start, stop, and continue report that we all received, and looking at that feedback and what the comments actually are and actually seeing change. And I'm hoping with the new board president in place, more action will be taken in that to improve the morale of the district, because that also affects our kids. And again, we are student first, and it is about safety and security for our students, but without our teachers, we can't do any of that. So it's something that we should just keep in mind. And then lastly, you know, I don't really talk about visiting schools or those extra functions that board members should be doing. It's the expectation, and I don't like to talk about it, but I'm increasingly impressed by the school community for continuing to speak up and advocating for themselves and sharing specifics about what is happening within the district, and not it just being about low morale. We have a responsibility for the 5 of us to ensure that we're fixing the issues that we have. Morale, again, I've been on this board for 2 years. It has not changed. I feel like it's gotten worse and we have not addressed it. So I don't want to forget that. So I'm appreciative of everyone speaking up and their bravery and their confidence. So I don't want to forget that, and think that it's really important that we make change, because without our teachers, we can't do anything. So thank you.
And I just have one quick update. I was fortunate enough to visit, and it's my home school, so I didn't visit, but I did visit with some of the teachers at Bridgeport, and it was a good time. It was a good opportunity to kind of hear from their perspective some of the things that are happening. I appreciate them welcoming me in a different capacity, right? Because normally I'm there volunteering or doing something with one of my kids' classes, but it was nice to kind of hear their thoughts, and you know, for them to give specific you know, situations and things that they're dealing with on a regular basis, and just being so candid with me. So I was really grateful for that. And I just hope everybody has a wonderful holiday season, whatever you celebrate. I hope it's wonderful, and that we take the time to, you know, to tell people we love them, and we start off the year really strong. That's all for me. All right, moving on to the consent calendar. I think we can normally approve this all at one time unless we have an item that we would like to remove from the consent calendar. So I will ask that now.
I have 3 items.
Go ahead.
Sure. So the first one is, I'd like to remove D4, the positive behavioral interventions and support contract. The second question I had was G4. Can I ask my question now? Right.
Remove them all and then.
Okay, and then the third one is G6.
Okay, go ahead.
Wait, I only have 3. Did you say 3?
3.
And then
I just need to remove item D3 because I serve on the board of one of the providers.
D3?
Yeah, after school enrichment.
So we approve the calendar and then.
No, so you approve the removed items. So start with 3, then go 4, then, I mean, even though Mrs. Grace made her with us first, start going order just to keep it. You have to ask for a motion to approve the after-school report.
Oh, okay.
Somebody will move in second,
Okay, so,
and then people will comment, and then.
okay, so
I will make a motion to approve item D3.
Second.
all those in favor?
No.
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry. No,
Discussion.
discussion.
This was mine. There's no discussion. I just need to abstain.
Okay,
Okay.
so all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, moving on to item D4. Do we have a-
Positive behavior intervention.
Yeah, positive
supports
behavior
contract.
interventions and support.
You need a motion.
Yeah,
We need a motion.
First, the motion.
Move to approve.
Second, do we need?
Yes, you need a second.
Okay, now discussion. Go ahead.
So I am not approving this one. I don't feel like we should be approving any PBIS, considering we're hearing a lot of feedback from our school partners about this not being the best program and not seeing the results that I think that we should be seeing. So I am not approving anything having to do with PBIS until there is a good look at the program, the policies, how it's being implemented, the feedback from the teachers, from classified staff, until we have real change within that.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes. Moving on to G4, Auto Nation of Valencia. Do we have a motion to approve?
Well, I'll make a motion to approve G4, and I think there was another item, Mrs. Grease, that you had a question on.
G6.
G6. yeah, so
G6.
G4.
So I'll make a motion to approve both of those if you just have questions on both of
Okay,
those.
do we have a second?
Second.
Okay.
So the AutoNation of Valencia, are these 4 additional vehicles outside of the ones we already purchased last year?
No, these are replacement vehicles.
Right, but they're new,
New.
right? Yeah,
They're replacing current older vehicles.
yeah, but last year we bought 4 new ones, correct?
Yeah, but we have 21.
That's okay, I'm just asking. So last year we bought 4 new ones, and then this year we're proposing to replace 4 with 4 new ones.
Correct.
Right, okay.
Any other discussion? No? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes. Moving on to E6.
Move to approve?
We already made it.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
we
sorry,
already
we
moved.
already
Have a motion and a
Yeah, we
second.
just need discussion.
Is this typical for districts to pay for outside support?
For complex issues like we have, like CFDs, we have more CFDs than most any other district around. And sometimes we need help with complex problems, and they have really been in this district for 10 to 12 years, helping when there are staffing issues, and when our financials aren't tip-top shape.
Are our financials not in tip-top shape?
No, and we typically, in the past couple years, have used very little of this contract, but it's really nice to have an expert on speed dial if we have an issue.
Okay, so we're not using them because we have a financial issue.
No.
You're using them because we need the extra help and we don't have the skill sets to do that.
Correct.
Got it.
Mr. Heinlein, is there a reason that we have so many CFDs in comparison with other districts?
Yes, it has everything to do with development, and our valley, and how we have partnered with developers in order to create these CFDs in order to fund school facilities.
Okay, so it kind of has to do with the idiosyncrasies of how zoning and development gets done in this area. Do other school districts in this valley have similar numbers?
Yeah, Hart has quite a few. I'm not too sure if Sulphur has many. I don't think they have too many.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you very much.
Is it,
Also our geography, we're kind of in the middle of all of that. So you see, like, we have the representative to Hart from here.
Sure.
is it attributed to all the new development?
Yeah, I think it's really a function of the method that the developer would prefer, correct?
Mhm.
CFD versus Mello-Roos.
Right.
Or something else.
Any additional questions on this item? No? Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Go back to the beginning. Now you have to approve the rest of the consent.
Okay, so now let's go ahead and move approve the rest of the consent calendar. Can I get a motion and a second?
Move
So
to approve.
moved.
Oh, sorry.
And I would love to second Ms.
Okay.
Cooper's motion.
Great. Let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no? Motion passes.
You have the presentation.
Okay, so now we're going to move on to presentations, assessment data update.
If we could possibly please take a quick break.
Sure, let's take a 5-minute break. We'll reconvene at 7:33. go ahead and reconvene. We are going to start off with we have two presentations tonight. The first one is the assessment data update. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to Ed and his team to present.
All right, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Joined by some teammates today. We've got our admin team from Mountain View and Emblem that are going to be shedding some light on some of our assessment updates as we go through tonight. So as Mr. Heinlein gets that all pulled up. We will go ahead and hop to the first slide. There we go. Okay, so this is the first time you're going to see this slide, but this is going to kick off almost the beginning of our LCAP process. Our mid-year update will be the next presentation that we do in January. So you're going to see some of my timeline slides for that you're used to seeing as we go through the process for the year. But this just brings us back to the goals of the LCAP and the board that we've established. So our first goal centered on student achievement and closing that achievement gap. The second goal revolves around our instruction for our English language learners. The goal 3 is centered around our social emotional learning. Goal 4 centers around community involvement and engagement. And then goal 5 is centered around diversity and equity and really making sure that our students see themselves in the curriculum and in their school and in their learning and have those role models and materials available to them so they can see themselves and have their voice heard. Go ahead, Nick. Okay, so we're going to take a look at 3 different pieces of our assessment updates for this evening. We are going to talk about iReady a little bit. So I had some very timely input come, and I'll go into it as we go through the iReady portion, but I really agree a lot with a lot of the things she said. So I'll present some clarity and we'll go through that. We're going to talk about the IABs, or the interim assessment blocks used for district assessments. And then we'll take a first look at our California dashboard. With the dashboard, we're going to go over some of the basics this evening, but we'll also go a little bit more in depth when we go into the LCAP mid-year update in January. Go ahead, Nick. Okay, so when we look at our iReady, we're going to really go through a little bit of a summary from last year's use of the program. The bars that you can see with the green, that's that recommended range of minutes. So there's where our student was talking about the minutes and the requirements and how she advocated for the lessons passed versus the minutes. And we couldn't agree more. It's a good reminder that when we have done training in the past, we've talked to our teachers about really focusing on lessons passed versus minutes. The minutes are there because of the research, right? It's a research-based program. So in order to maximize the achievement, that 30-minute plus window, or 30 to 45-minute window, plus the 70% or higher of a pass rate, that's where the program kicks in, and the research will demonstrate that it's going to have that added benefit, right? But when we've looked at this in the past, and when we've talked to our iReady partners, we've conveyed that really it's more important to focus on having that lesson passed. And if you have a lesson or two passed, really it's going to achieve your minutes. It's going to vary a little bit for the grade level because some of the grade levels, obviously as they go higher up, it's going to be a little bit more complicated. And one lesson might get them their minutes, whereas a primary student might need 2 lessons. We also taught them to get to a certain point when they stopped to make sure that the program didn't reset and they would have to repeat any part of that problem, so they wouldn't be frustrated with that. But I think the reminder that I take from the student speaking is we need to make sure that we reiterate that message, because if it's not getting out there and everybody's just focused on only the minutes, then we can help them with that, because getting through the lessons and having lessons completed with that pass rate is also really important. The celebration comes really when you look at our reading minutes. We are either right at the line or slightly above or very slightly below. But this is pretty typical or a little bit stronger than we normally have been. We've usually been right there meeting our minutes. So it's pretty consistent. All right, go ahead, Nick. All right, so when you look at typical growth, basically this is a culmination of the students that met those minutes, meaning they made their 30 minutes for that week in each subject or for reading, and that they passed their lessons, right? So we've got 3,544 kids that have hit their minutes and passed with that pass rate. 86% of our students are getting that 70% or above, which is a high number. So those work out pretty good for us. Okay, the next slide. Okay, so when we look at how the students did fall to spring, the first thing that's going to stand out to you is you're going to see that green bar increasing. Those are our students that are on level or above level. 44% at the beginning of the year to 73% hitting that at the end of the year. And when you look at the red group, we had 17% of our students that were either 2 or 3 grade levels below, and that was reduced to 8% in the spring. So although those are great numbers to see and a lot of achievement and a lot of growth, that still leaves us with a group of students that we are concerned about and want to address. One thing I'm going to kind of talk about that I added with this slide is the diagnostic. That diagnostic is a challenge. I will reflect back when I took the GRE for grad school, and you know, it gets harder and harder and harder and harder and takes you to a point where you are going to fail. It does not feel good. So I reflect back when we started this program, I think we were really good at messaging that, good at talking to the parents about it, good at talking to the students about it, teachers about it. But I do wonder if it's time to make sure that people are remembering to talk to their classes about that, especially with students that are coming in that haven't experienced it before. Because the goal really is to let them know ahead of time. It is purposefully going to take you as far as you can go and maybe a little bit beyond, and then it'll adjust back and give you some easier questions, and it will amp up again. And that diagnostic back and forth is really testing the level to give you an accurate account of where they're at, what they can do, and what they need help in. But I'll repeat, I think it's good reminder to remessage some of that, to get that out there, because those students should really know ahead of time that it's not that they are doing anything wrong, or it's not that they're not smart, or but it is adapted that way or designed that way so it can really get to know the level and see where they're at, right? Give them another attempt so it doesn't say, hey, they didn't answer one question, so they're this level. Okay, go ahead, Nick. All right. This is a scatter plot that's going to show the performance rate along with the growth there, right? So you can see that you want to be in that upper right quadrant, so you have a high performance and high growth. We're doing a pretty good job in our reading. We've got everybody up in the high growth, so we're just moving 3 more schools over to that high performing area, hopefully, but at least they're close there. It also looks at the 5 schools that had the highest amount of growth in the district. So a little shout out to Rosedale, Bridgeport, West Creek, Tesoro, and Santa Clarita. Go ahead, Nick. Okay, when we look at achievement in language arts, and we're looking at our different various subgroups, it shows us that we can break that down. We've got 73% overall on or above level. And then percentages that go down the line there for each group is where we're really looking to see how's the achievement gap doing, how are they doing compared to the other groups, and where are areas of concern. You can see that our English learners, our socio-emotional disadvantaged, and our special education students are a high area of need. We need to really focus on. Something that we can celebrate when you look at some of the larger percentages that are over 130%. That's really where we're starting to see they're meeting their annual growth, their typical growth, and starting to meet their stretch goal, which I'm going to talk about on the next slide a little bit. But when you start to see a high percentage like that, and they're going to meet their stretch goal, those are the kids that are closing the achievement gap. And definitely within language arts, we are seeing a larger closure of the achievement gap. And as we go into some of the other data tonight, we'll talk a little bit more about the different subgroups. Nick, go ahead. Okay, so this is looking at stretch growth. And essentially, they have a typical growth of what they hope to gain for the year. And then they have that stretch growth, right? That's a stretch goal. Like if I really work hard at it and I can really apply myself and I can meet the stretch goal, then where will that get me? So these are the students that were able to hit their stretch goal, so to speak. And when you look at that across the board, a rough average of where they would be is 92% overall, right? So compared to the 73%, you can see it's a lot higher. So we had about 3,300 kids in that category, but we know we have a lot more that we test. So there's an opportunity there to really make sure that as we're looking and setting those goals, it's great to make that typical growth, but we also want to really look at that stretch growth because those kids are doing really well. Nick? Okay, so we're going to repeat and look at the same items for math. When you look at our usage, our math usage is actually slightly stronger, but pretty much close to, the same numbers. We're hovering right around that 30-minute mark, which is the goal, to be somewhere between that 30 and 45 minutes, but a little bit higher than the reading. Go ahead, Nick. When you look at the students meeting their typical growth, they are meeting it. You can see where they are on the line, whether they're meeting their goal there with the green at 117 or whether they're blue, but not quite as high as we were in math. And that's going to be reflected really when we're looking at the stretch goal, or stretch growth. Maybe not as much closure with the achievement gap on this one this year, but still good growth overall. We're still at 96%, so it's even a higher pass rate for the math than we had for the reading. And you can see just about half of the students, 3,800 or so, are meeting their minutes. Okay, go ahead, Nick. Right, when we look at the achievement from the fall to the spring last year, you can see that we were at 20% on or above level with that first diagnostic, going up to 68% for the final diagnostic. That's even a larger percentage of growth than we had with language arts. When we looked at our students that were 1 or 2 or 3 years below grade level, we had 17% at the beginning of the year, and we reduced that to 7% by the end of the year. Go ahead, Nick. When you look at where we're at with that same scatter plot, we're a little bit mixed between the low and high performance. Still up, making that growth, which is good. Just one little dot there. I got to get above that line, so we're all making sure our dots are happy. So we'll work on that. But overall, our 5 schools for math: West Creek, Tesoro, Cedar Creek, Bridgeport, and Rosedale. So just some celebrations for the higher growth there. Go ahead, Dick. Okay, our overall, when you look at the different subgroups, we're at 68% overall. And then you can look down the row. Our English learners, 39%, special education, 49%, socioeconomically disadvantaged, 55%. Those are areas that we're going to continue to focus on. But with some of the other areas, we're seeing stronger numbers that are coming closer to where we're at as a district, which is a sign of that achievement gap that we talked about earlier. Closing. Okay, go ahead, Nick. Okay, this is the stretch growth. When we're looking across, very similar to the language arts. If you took a really rough average of these, about 91%. So students that are making that stretch goal, so to speak, or hitting that stretch growth are having an even higher growth number than the students meeting their typical growth, which you would expect, right? If you're going to meet your second goal or your stretch goal, that means you're doing pretty good, but it's reflected right there in your overall achievement. So that's just something to keep in mind that we've been working with our teams with this year moving forward. Go ahead, Nick. Okay, so when we look back at some of our overview and actions, we talked about our ELA being at 73% at or above level, math at 68%. Talking about systematic use of iReady and the diagnostic to really monitor how students are doing, forming small groups based on how the students are doing, and using different parts of the program to optimize that. We are monitoring the minutes because that's how the research really talks about making sure that we're getting the maximum benefit out of the program. But I think a good reflection about lessons passed is a good reminder that we'll work on. We've met with our principals and talked about different data and data chats, and they've been doing the same with their staffs. We're going to hear a little bit about one school and how they're supporting iReady here coming up. Using that diagnostic in the toolbox in the program for intervention or extension. Implementation of student goal setting. We're going to hear a little bit about that later too, where students have that active role in really taking a look at where they're at, where they're going, what goal they want to set for themselves, and being a part of that process and conversation. And then really focusing on that stretch goal. I mean, we heard that 90% plus achievement rating. Knowing for those students that are able to hit that mark is something really significant. So maybe talking to the students about setting that higher goal or getting to that higher goal could help our overall achievement. So with that, I call up our Mountain View team, and they're going to talk about some of these same things, but how that looks like at the school site and what they're doing with the program.
Thank
So
you.
take it
Yes, we're really excited to share how we're using the iReady data at Mountain View. So the first thing that we established last year that we've continued this year is that we work together with our guiding coalition. At Mountain View, our guiding coalition has a member of every teacher from every grade level from 1st through 6th. So it's really that committee, that team that's kind of guiding the movement of what we're doing. And it's exciting to have every voice represented on that team. Based on our end of the year iReady data and our beginning of the year iReady data, our team did create and is implementing a 100-day action plan for student improvement to close the achievement gap. And that data really helped us inform what it is that we need to focus on, which was improving our Tier 1 practices and implementing a system of what we're calling Tier 1 prevention practices. So really helping students be successful at the lesson level. We took from the larger data down to what we need to work on individually. Our PLTs all met together to select their goals. So every PLT at our school does have a commitment to either ELA or math as their focus subject. We worked together with our guiding coalition to establish iReady goal setting forms. So we have a primary goal setting form and we have an upper grade goal setting form. Our students really have a lot of input and collaboration with their classroom teacher to discuss how many lessons they plan on passing or what their individual goal is for iReady. And we also make that into like a special opportunity for the teachers to meet with the students. A huge marker for Mountain View is our focus on celebrations. So there is so many things that we are happy to celebrate at Mountain View, but one of them is our iReady All-Stars, which is all focused on lesson completion. So when we started iReady All-Stars this year, I was acknowledging students for completing iReady lessons in increments of 20. And honestly, I've been overwhelmed with the amount of students who have completed their lessons. So we do a shout out on our Monday morning broadcast. We have that posted in our weekly times, and the students also receive a certificate and a ticket. And we even have a student who has 200 lessons completed. So it's taken that celebration to the max. We also have some free resources that we offer for grade levels for participation. So if 95% of their students are participating and meeting minute expectations or attempt to those minute expectations, we have a celebration. And our big kind of after diagnostic 2 thing that has become, I feel like, our newest tradition is our Going Green ceremony, which we have a picture on the board. We had Plory visit, we had a green carpet. It was a lot of fun, and we celebrated the improvement of students from the beginning of the year to the second diagnostic. And we're happy to report that every student showed growth in at least one area, and all those students received certificates. And it's really a fun way to acknowledge the hard work that they put in their individual path, and to celebrate the fact that we're always moving forward. We're always learning more. So thank you for letting us share a little bit about what's happening at Mountain View.
All right, thank you.
Hard to go after that. Okay, next slide. Well, I get the pleasure of talking about another formative assessment that we use, which is called the interim assessment blocks, also known as IABs. And then we also use focus interim assessment blocks, FIAB, which are a little mini version of an interim assessment block. So essentially, these are part of the CASP assessment system. They're based on California state standards. They're formatted very similar to the state tests, but they are a lot less in number. Typically, an IAB is about 12 to 15 questions, and then an FIAB, a focused IAB, might be less than that. And what they are an assessment that we use for really seeing where are students at on a particular learning target or standard, and then how we can continue to support. Assessment serves many different purposes. You know, at a district level, we look at assessment for programmatic, process and how we're moving forward with different programs that we have to see how they're moving. But also at the school site level, they look at assessments to determine resources and allocating resources and funding and supports for particular programs. But then also at the PLT, which you heard earlier, or the professional learning team, which is our grade levels, really look at their grade level assessment as feedback to themselves on their instruction, but also feedback for the students on what they've learned and where they need to go next. So the IABs really allow for us to have those discussions and that dialogue around what did we instruct on, and then what did the results say, and then how do we take action to respond to the results to really ensure that all students are making progress on really key essential learning targets and standards. So that's really where we say they drive the instruction. They're not meant as a summative, one and done. That's what students learned. It really is helping us guide what do our students know so far, and then how can we intervene and support them to continue that learning. Because for some students, they can get it right away. Other students, it definitely takes more time and support to get there, which is completely normal for many of us when we're learning something new. And so we just want to make sure that we have that data to be very targeted with our time that we have. And then the IABs also support the learning and use of the additional resources that we have. They support our core materials. iReady is another resource that helps support what we look at within the IAB. Next Gen, you'll often hear, and math is another tool that we use. And then there's also something called the Teacher Toolbox, which is another resource that we have. So essentially, all of these different pieces help give us a clearer picture of what students know, and then where do they need to go next. Next slide, please. So this is just a graphic to show where the IABs fit within that larger CASP system. Often you do hear us talk about CASP results, right? The end of the year, that is more of a summative assessment to see what did students learn at the end of the year. Whereas the IABs are kind of in that bottom right corner. They are meant to use as a formative to really guide, again, I'm going to keep saying it, what do our students know at this point, and then where do we need to go next? They are flexible. They are meant as feedback, again, for both students, for teacher, for school sites, and then for us kind of in ed services to see how we can go and support different school sites. Next slide. So IABs are comprised of something called claims and targets. So when we look at our English language arts IABs, they're typically focused on reading, writing, listening, or research and inquiry. And then math claims focus on concepts and procedures, problem solving, communicating, and reasoning, and then modeling and data analysis. Now, claims are those larger ideas, and then the IAB itself focuses on targets. And targets are different standards that students, those are skills that students need to know that are wrapped up together. And we'll talk about what students, kind of an example of what that looks like and what students most recently took on an IAB. So trimester 1, we had, as part of our pacing guide, in our assessment system within Saugus, we did have all students in grades 3 through 6 take 2 IABs. One of the reasons is to become familiar with the questions that are asked, how questions are being asked for those particular standards, but also to kind of help teachers calibrate what do our students know regarding literary text. As you can see, all grade levels took that IAB, and to see where can we intervene and help our students. Knowing that reading literary text is a very important skill. That's why it is assessed across all levels, but obviously this is trimester 1. Students do have all year to master these promise standards and these skills. And so again, it's feedback to us at the organizational level, at the school site level, grade level, and then the teacher level. For math, there's different skills that students learn throughout the grades 3 through 6. So as you can see, third graders, we're focusing on multiplying and dividing within 100. In our committees, our pacing guide is comprised of teachers and always reevaluated and updated. And even now, we're going to continue bringing more teachers to this process and reevaluating to see, where does our pacing guide at now, what assessments we have to see if these assessments align with where we want our students to go. There's also a lot of new IABs that keep coming out every year that are available to us. So also just reevaluating what's going to meet our needs the most and give us the best information. But for math, we focused on multiplying and dividing within 100 for third grade, numbers and operations in base 10 for fourth grade, operations and algebraic thinking for fifth grade, and then the number system. And again, there are other standards that students are learning at this point in the school year. However, these are the ones that we decided to assess based on where we were in the pacing guide and also the importance of those skills in moving on to the next set of standards for students. And these are really important to really drive the instruction that's happening at the grade level so that we know where to go next. Next slide. So I know it's really small, but I will do some explaining here. So top left is our bar graphs for our third grade. Then we go to fourth grade across, fifth grade, and sixth grade. And as you can see, it's our all student group is in the very left. And then we go into all of our specific student groups. And as you can see, we have a spattering of students who are above the standard. They reached mastery of it. We have students in the yellow, which are near standard, and then students in the red are below. What's interesting about the IABs, just because the number of assessment items, they don't really show us if a student has truly mastered, just there's not enough assessment items to determine mastery. So they can say whether a student truly has above mastery, basically they got most of the assessments right, or the assessment problems right. And then we have students who are near, they're not really consistent in their skill set yet, so they're near standard, and that's that yellow. And then below is the red, they need a lot more support in those particular skill sets. And so what we're seeing here, the column all the way to the right is our English learner. And that is a group that we are really focusing on, really trying to provide additional layers of support, both language support, but also transitioning those language skills into achieving academic success in reading and math. And so we're really working on different ways to get our English learners there so that they can be successful. And then this is our math version. So again, it goes third grade, fourth grade across, bottom left, fifth grade, and then all the way to the bottom right is sixth grade. And it is interesting, as you go through the grades, this was similar to our ELA in the slide before, the red starts to decrease. And we do see a lot of red in third grade. This is the very first time our students are assess this way in these types of questions and this type of online assessment. So we often find that just the novelty of this type of assessment is really new for third grade, but we also use these as instructional tools. And I'll say it again, it's not meant to say, this is what the student knows. If they don't know it, we move on. These are really meant to guide our instruction and to see what skills do our students have, and then where do we need to refine and really work with them to move forward.
Can I ask a quick question? What does the English only category mean?
So they are not English learners.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, any student who's not an English learner would be identified as English only. So now I'm going to hand it off to our team over at Emblem, who will talk about how this data is used at the school site.
Thank you. All right, as Mrs. King already mentioned, the use of our guiding coalition, we also have at least one member of every grade level, also our resource team, so that they are collaborating together and seeing across all grade levels and looking for things, along with our leadership teams. It's part of what we look at when we meet with our leadership teams as well, which have a primary teacher, upper grade teacher, and a head teacher. And then we also have a special education teacher on our team as well. Our guiding coalition is looking at this data across the entire school. So for this particular area with IABs, it's really that 3rd through 6th, but we're still talking about it across all grade levels so that those younger grade levels are knowing and seeing kind of the results of the fruits of their labors from all of the years prior to them reaching that 3rd through 6th grade. At our staff meeting, we look at it as a whole school to look at and see what kinds of percentages we're looking at, the successes, the areas we need to work on. And then again, in our PLTs, in our professional learning teams, which are those grade level teams, they're also looking at that data, not only at their specific class level, but also at the grade level and having those conversations. As Karen was saying, we look at this in very much a formative manner in that we're learning from it. So it's not a grade for students. It's really where are they right now? And it's based on where we're moving and following along with our pacing guides and getting to that area. And we all know that students do learn at different paces and they're not necessarily mastering things in that first trimester. So we know these are areas as we look at the data that we go back and we review and we reteach. Part of what we do with our formative assessments, we have 10-day learning plans that we've been building over the years. So every year we go back and we look at that. We're looking at the specific targets and essential standards we're meeting and how are we going to get there within a short period of time. We used to have such long periods before we would do some of those smaller assessments, and then we weren't catching kids right away that were struggling. So this is allowing us to do smaller assessments along the way, moving into those IABs by the end of the trimester. So it looks a little larger than say what we're doing in our 10-day plans, but it is giving us that opportunity to scoop those kids back in along the way and reteach and look at our intervention plans. That's a part of what we look at with our guiding coalition as well. So what we did to review the data, you'll see in the 4th bullet, looking at the data review, there are those data slips, which are on the bottom left that have kind of those color bands. And then also our scavenger hunt, and Robin Deshaw did this training during professional development opportunities last year. So I went to that one, and in the afternoon we were gifted time with our staff. I want to say it was about an hour and a half to meet with our staff to kind of go over whatever we needed to. So we split up our staff into primary and upper grade. And so primary was working more looking at the data points that they had, which may have been their BPST, some of their different readings in their iReady. But then we also in the upper grade then went through this scavenger hunt to look through all of the information to make sure everybody was aware of all of that.
Can I talk about this year? So this being our 2nd year of doing the scavenger hunt and the data dive, last year really was just each teacher looking individually at their own class and their own students and where they were performing and where there may have been gaps. And this year, we're really encouraging teachers to look at it as a grade level and look even deeper at the particular items being tested. And I know, from my experience as a teacher who gave the IABs and did this with my colleagues, there would be questions that my class, just totally bombed. And then the teacher next to me had great success. So that led to an opportunity for me to say, what are you doing that I'm not doing? And back and forth. So that's really the next level, is to support the teachers and have them support each other with this data dive.
What's great about this information too is that there is the ability to get all the way down to an item analysis. So you can really look at individual questions and how the students were doing. So again, either as your class or as a grade level, to have those conversations. And then you can bring that back, project it, and then use that as a part of your lesson to go through saying, okay, so we had a lot of people answering this way or this way, yet this was the correct answer. Let's talk about why that was. A lot of times we'll see that either they didn't understand the question very well, maybe it was the vocabulary that they were uncertain of, because vocabulary does change. What you might be using one year might be looked at slightly different in the next. It could be that this question actually said all, and you had to select more than one, and they only selected one. So then we talk about reading through questions more carefully. Or it could just be the content. I did not know how to do this. And it helps us really look through that information, have those conversations, use it as a teaching tool with the students then too, so they get to go back and look at it from that process. How did we go through this? Where did we maybe make those errors? See, they're not alone, which is really important too. Sometimes we talk about like, this was the best wrong answer, and this is why. And it kind of celebrates the process, because we're not always going to get everything right. It's really about, that grit and perseverance and continuing to go back and look at this. We're also looking at with those data slips where the individual teachers are looking at that and encouraging them to maybe set a classroom goal. Here's where we came out on this particular IAB. What is our goal to improve? And then bring that back when you get your next IAB results to see if we were moving students, no names, of course. We're looking at percentages of the class. Did we get enough in? And part of that, when we talked a little bit about the rigor of just like the challenges in the IAB, in the iReady diagnostics, really kind of working through that and showing the importance of giving as much effort as possible. Like, these matter. We look at it and here's the information we're getting from it. The same with the IABs. The IABs do look different. Sometimes there's more writing involved and teachers are scoring them too. That next level and much more aligned to the way the CASP looks. So it's a whole new set of data for us to look at. So then having classrooms set that goal really gives that importance to, let's really take our time. Let's really give our effort so we know where we are right now and what we need to do next all together. So now that we're able to do all of that, we're really having better conversations. We're hearing the teachers talk about it more and be able to really talk as a grade level, here's our success, let's build on that, or here's our area. It could be a whole grade level. The whole grade level, all of the classes were struggling in the same areas. And then we look at what are we doing as far as organizing our lessons? What are we missing? Is there anything else we need to support the students? So it's really helping to really form a lot of those conversations at the grade level.
So just to that, I just want to add that the IABs are evolving ever since we've started using IABs district-wide. There are so many more and new, as I said before, new keep being added, and the resources that go along with them are added too. So not only does the state provide these IABs and additional ones, they're also providing so many specific tools and lessons and additional items that maybe are similar, like Mrs. Demscher was talking about. Maybe there's an item that students didn't quite understand. Well, there's now an interim item portal where you can actually put in that specific standard and it'll generate different questions that are very similar. So students and the classroom can have more practice with that. So the assessments have evolved, but also the resources to support student learning for those assessments has evolved as well. And we're continuously learning to bring that to our teachers. And there's another resource called the Connection Playlist that has another plethora of resources available to
I think just before you can leave it on the slide, but before we move on from that, it's good to remember too that the IABs were selected by teams of teachers that came together to work on our pacing guides and really take a look at them. It's good timing that's going to be revisited because they have changed, evolved. There's more options. So it's good timing to take a look at which ones best fit for the timing of the school year to see if we need to make an adjustment or not. So that'll happen with those teams as we go into that process.
Can I add something? For probably 20 years at least of my career, I've worked in the area of assessment. And for years, teachers were needing to write their own what they call common formative assessments. And the ability to write a rigorous one is a challenging thing. It's something that people get degrees in. It's, you know, having that ability. It's not as easy as one would think to just write a rigorous assessment. It's really difficult for especially an elementary teacher to be that expert in all those areas, writing all those subject area tests. So the fact that the state has heard that cry and moved to having all of these IEB resources is incredible. It is not done as test prep, but it is done and provided so that teachers can ensure that they're having assessments that are similar of rigor, but also that they're not needing to write them themselves. So I hope that as we use these and more become available, we're making sure that teachers have that access, they have that time to discuss it. Because in the olden days, when I was first writing assessments with teams of teachers, we didn't have those. And that was always the stumbling block, was their ability to have access to those things that were rigorous. And so I think that's a real bonus for our kids and for our teachers.
Okay, when we look at the dashboard, this is our 2024 results from last spring for our state test scores. You're going to see that our chronic absenteeism is green, our suspension rate is blue, English learner progress, orange. That's going to be the area here that we'll end up talking about a little bit because it's the lowest area. But our English language arts and math remain green. And then the other areas or topics are different things that we have qualitative data for that we implement or put into this, but we're meeting the standards in all areas. Basically, we have core materials. Our facilities are in decent or great shape. We're following the standards. We're engaging the families, our survey, and making sure that our students all have access to the core curriculum and the materials. But when we go to the next slide, we're going to be able to compare the 23 to the 24 dashboard just to give us an idea on where we were and where we are now. You'll see like I said, the language arts and the math were green, and we are staying there right in the green, but you can see that top row, the ELA and math both increased 5 points. And this goes back to the previous presentation that we gave where we're talking about the distance from standard, right? You've got that 0 level, if you'll consider that the standard, and you've got numbers in the positive above and numbers in the negative below. But we want to make sure that we're working on getting above standard for all the different groups moving forward.
Mr. Clement, can I add a little piece to that too? I think it's important that when we bring the test scores to you in that meeting that we talked about earlier in September, that's where we're talking just about the raw percentages of students who are meeting grade level standards or above. But the California dashboard was designed, and Mr. Clement and his team presented that information to you about distance from standard to not only acknowledge student proficiency, but also acknowledge progress. So knowing that kids in certain areas may be struggling from one year to the next, it's giving acknowledgement of progress. And so that's what you would see with the changes in colors from green to blue or maintaining green. Even though we still have 40% or so of our students who are still struggling to read on grade level, we're making really good progress to beginning to close that gap. And that's what these, I don't know, they remind me of the fuel tank on my car look like. So that should give some context, mostly for the community.
And one area I want to highlight, as Mr. Clement mentioned, so that middle barometer, I guess. I don't know if that's what it's called, but that is our English learner progress. So that is actually the students who are identified currently as English learners And for 2 years in a row, they took, well, all of our English learners take what's called the LPAC, the English Language Proficiency Assessment. So that's measuring their language acquisition. Our goal is that our students score a 4 on that. But we know that language takes time to develop. We've talked about that. And language can actually take 5 to 7 years to develop. So our goal is to always increase in a level, what's called an LP level. That's the English Language Progress Indicator level. So that's what that's measuring. And unfortunately, we see that we actually declined in the percentage of students making that growth or that adequate progress. So that's definitely an area that we're looking at, we're exploring, kind of beyond exploring, where there's some actions, specific actions we're taking. But one thing I also want to highlight here is on the 2023 dashboard for that LP indicator, you don't see any of those rainbow colors below for an equity report. However, now in 2024, you do see that equity report. That is because now the state is actually having us identify not only our English learners, but our long-term English learners. So these are students who have been identified as an English learner for 6 years plus 1 day. So in the 7th year. So typically that's students for in our district, they're going to be in 6th grade. So it doesn't mean that all English learners in 6th grade are identified as long-term English learners. However, we do have students and we're making sure not only are we monitoring we call them LTELs, not only are we monitoring their progress on their language proficiency, but we're also going to be monitoring their progress on their academic performance, just as we do with our students with disabilities, our students who are homeless. So they are now a new student group that will be identified on the dashboard that we will continue to monitor.
And that is always an important group that we look at because we look at our English learners. Obviously, we're trying to close the achievement gap. And we know that when we look at their progress on any of our reading language arts information, they may struggle. But when we look at our LTELs, we really try to ensure in Saugus and have for years now that our students don't leave us and go to heart as English learners. And there's a reason for that. We want to make sure that they can access all parts of the curriculum. When you leave elementary school where you have a self-contained class where you can have ELD and integrated ELD, it's not a separate class. But when you leave elementary school and move into junior high and high school, ELD is a required class for students. And unfortunately, that takes away things like band or other electives, art. Sometimes in some cases, it might take away some ability in the high schools to be in sports. The research shows that if you don't reclass really before 6th grade or by the end of 6th grade, before you hit the secondary system, you more than likely won't reclass it as a secondary student if you were an English learner all throughout elementary school. The really sad part about all of that is the kids who enter the high schools and have not reclassed generally will not be what they call A through G prepared. And it's not because they can't do the work. It's because they still have to take the ELD class, which doesn't allow them to get the A through G requirements completed, which means they're not eligible for a CSU or UC school within the state. And that just seems like a really sad thing to do because by the time they get to that point, they've been English learners within the state of California in California schools for a really long time. So those kids that are there, we push really hard to make sure that they're proficient because we want them to have all of that access. And we've been fairly successful with it. This year is sort of an anomaly for us, but we're examining it and gonna figure out why.
And to add to that, so one thing so what I talked about was those who are identified as current English learners. However, and I think the next slide will kind of give this away too, but how are English learners, including those students who are recently reclassified, when you just look at our recently reclassified students, they are outperforming all other students in our district. But when you look at our English learners and our English learners who are recently reclassified, we actually moved, I think, in English language arts and math, we moved up a color group and they increased. So when we look at their total performance academically, they have increased. So when we're able to reclassify our students, they're seeing a lot of great success with that. And so we're trying to get more of our students, right, up to that point.
But before we take a look at that on the next slide, I do want to point out that when we're looking at this, yes, we want our math and our language arts to increase, right? But we do not want more students to be chronically absent for that increase, so you want to see that decrease. So that decrease or going down is good, right? We're minimizing or reducing the number of students that are chronically absent. So we did an even better job this year than we did compared to the 23 data, which is why that went over to green. So let's take a look at the next slide. This is the exciting part. I get very excited.
Oh,
So I'm
it's not
gonna
like
I'm
on
gonna
the same page.
channel my inner Roseanne, and we're gonna have a Roseanne moment because we know that Nick loves his animated slides, and these are not animated. But what I'm gonna ask him to do is just to be ready, because we might need to click back and forth just a little bit. So just when I say back, we'll go back, and when I say go forward, and we'll do this interactively a little bit. So this is the student group report for 2023. And I'm just going to let it speak for itself. So go ahead and go to the next one. And there's the change. Okay, so I'm going to have them go back and then do that again. So you can really take that in and see what you notice. And you'll see something phenomenal, hopefully. If you
The
don't, then I'm
goal
going to
is,
talk about it.
let's be clear for everybody who's not an educator. The goal really for school districts is to move as many categories into the blue and green as humanly possible. Yellow is when you hit orange or red, you generally, if you're there for any length of time, that group, there's monitoring that comes from the state and the county. So it's always the goal, even though, like I said before, the overall percentage of kids may not be as high as you would like. The goal is to move all of those groups into the blue and the green because it shows that they're making that exceptional progress that is expected or desirable.
So one thing I want you to notice is when we're talking about our English learners, when you look at their overall there, you can see their language arts and their math are both green. So that's that culmination when you're looking at achievement, that they're making progress enough to get them closer to that 0 mark or above the 0 mark. And if they're not there, they're making adequate progress that the state's recognizing, okay, that's a significant increase. So that's reflected.
And they
in the
weren't
colors
green
on the
last year. They were
dashboards.
orange and yellow.
Yes, orange and yellow. The other thing I want to point out is the long-term English learners that are red. Something that's stealing your thunder, huh?
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, so we do see 2 red. We don't like to see red on our dashboard ever. But as I said, long-term English learners is a new student group that is being shown. We are in the red in terms of their performance. And the way that we know, especially as a TK6 district, to get out of the red is to prevent long-term English learners. So we need to do whatever it takes to ensure not only language acquisition for all of our English learners, that's K through 6, but ensuring that they're succeeding academically, right? In their core curriculum as well. So it's not just about language, it's language and application of the skills similar to all their peers. So the way that we are going to get out of the red is really improving and continuing that support for our English learners all the way from kindergarten through 6th grade.
And we will go a little bit deeper in some of these different areas when we go into the mid-year update. This is a little bit of an overview to give you an idea of where we're at and how we did.
And I think another thing I'm going to talk about just a little bit is one of our goals has been closing the achievement gap over the last few years. And that's a huge lift, if you will, especially when you look at all of the different subgroups that are listed here. And so I've seen all of this data, but I hadn't seen it with an actual colored square. I don't know why. I wrote it down with the colors, but something about seeing it with the colors. We're well on our way by seeing these green and blue pieces. We may, if we look at actual percentages of proficiency, still have work to do, but we're well on our way and we're clearly making the progress because we have a cycle of continuous improvement. But that's not done in a vacuum. I think I want to thank all of the principals for all of their tireless work with walking the PLC talk. I think I want to thank all of the teachers in the classrooms and in the grade levels for doing all of that work whether it's the planning meetings or looking at the data or administering an assessment that maybe it's not comfortable to administer or whatever it is, and really looking at the information and saying, I know I came to work doing my very best work. I know I do my very best work every day, but why on question 4 on multiplying with 100 are my kids struggling? Because I know I did all of the work, and not looking to someone else or something else to fix it, but looking to their colleagues and having the conversation. What are we doing? What do we need to do? How do we do it? Because the research does show that that is the best way to see continuous improvement for students. I think all of us got into education to do good work for kids, and it is that cycle of continuous improvement. But I don't want to forget that all of this can't be done, whether it's chronic absenteeism or academics or suspension, without our classified staff. I think we often forget that our classified staff have anything to do with that. And you can see that while our suspension report, in some cases, it moves to blue, that's not because we didn't have more suspensions. We actually have had more, but we're having other areas that are improving. And so it's a constant cycle. The kids are different every year. And so it's a constant battle, but I think I want to thank the team one more time for the incredible work that goes on. PLCs is designed to empower teachers to make those decisions. This is designed to monitor school systems, obviously from the state level. And I'm just amazed at how you guys are blowing it out of the water. So thank you to all of you.
Thank you.
They're all green and blue. Sorry.
Great job. I'll turn it over to my colleagues. Does anybody have any questions?
I do. I have a few questions and I have some comments, and I'm going to ask your forgiveness. Some of my comments are going to be redundant because they've already been called out, but I think they're important enough to hit a second time. I want to start by saying, wow, thank you so much for this report. You've celebrated our successes, which we've had many, but you've also called out the areas where we're not succeeding, and you've taken it head on and told us what you're doing about it. So thank you very much. So Mr. Clement, you asked us to see what we noticed when Mr. Heinlein displayed his fancy finger work, and what jumped off to the page to me was drastic progress in our absenteeism and suspension rates and growth, but at a less drastic rate in academic performance. That is, of course, natural. Attendance and suspension are easier to turn around. And the idea is that with that great progress, it's a little bit more of a tanker ship to turn academic performance around, but we're making that progress and would expect to see the trends continue. Ms. Topp's comments this evening during public comment, as well as those of her classmate, were not only eloquent, but quite poignant. And I appreciate you addressing them in your presentation. I love that you're looking into that shift in concordance with their input. And I can certainly assume that it wasn't as a result of their input this evening, but you've noticed some of the same things and are already responding. Now, I'm but one member of this board and wouldn't presume to give unilateral direction, but I hope, it's 8:30 now. I hope that if she's not watching on Zoom, that word gets back to her that the district has also noticed and is responding.
Very interesting that her principal presented
Her principal
tonight.
presented, and they're both here.
I've got an in.
Let the kids know that they're working on it. So to her point, in my personal opinion, not a fan of high stakes testing. I never have been at any level. It's a lot more involved and time consuming, but I believe in more authentic and performance-based assessments where it's less stressful. I believe it's much more accurate, but it is much more complicated. It's difficult to administer, much more time consuming. I get that, and I also understand the world around us and the current direction that we're heading as a district, and the disposition of my colleagues as well. And I recognize as well that those albeit unfortunate realities, provide us with some significant data, and I am indeed a data nerd. And that data can be used to help us all improve our practice. So necessary evil, I don't know. Philosophically, I can engage in a very deep debate, but I don't know that we're going to see much movement nationally or statewide very soon. We've seen a little bit. Love seeing us in the upper right-hand quadrant where we're demonstrating high levels of growth as well as high levels of performance. I'm a particular fan of that upper half where we're seeing growth, whether our kids are performing in the higher areas or the lower areas, they're demonstrating high levels of growth. Love seeing that. I always love diving into those graphs. To the point of Ms. Top tonight, love that students are involved in their own goal setting. What, if any, other kind of voice do the students have in iReady assessments, other areas of their curriculum, besides the goal setting and the very rare occasion where we have an elementary school student come speak
I think
to the board?
we'll have the two principals come up and speak to that. Mrs. King and Mrs. Dempster. Because it's different at every school.
Okay, I can appreciate that.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we have really been exploring in the View and the Guiding Coalition is that how do we help students take more ownership of their learning and give them the strategies to be successful, but also to understand what it is they're learning. So our Guiding Coalition, part of our 100-day plan that we is that the students are provided with I can statements. So not only are the teachers doing the lesson, but the teachers are teaching the lesson, but the students can articulate what it is that they're learning. So if you're going in a classroom and say, well, what are you learning today? They're able to say that. And our last staff meeting, our Guiding Coalition proposed that we take the way that we take our assessments and we add those I can statements to the assessments themselves. So that students are recognizing, I learned this in class and now I'm seeing it on my teacher created assessment or the assessment that I'm doing, wherever that assessment came from. But it is definitely an area of growth for us and something that we are collaborating around to help our students feel empowered to do their very best.
Yeah, and I along that, every lesson that teachers are teaching, there is that, less objective. Why are we learning what we're learning and how do we apply it? I mean, we have core curriculum, we have standards, we are, expected to make sure our students understand and can demonstrate mastery in. So that piece of it, that's not going to necessarily change, but we do give our students, especially if they get a lot of ownership of kind of sharing and talking about where they're trying to improve, where they're struggling when they're helping to lead the parent-teacher conferences. We definitely see that in the older grades, more so in the lower grades. I know we've also really talked about going back and either refining or looking again at the success criteria type things. If this is where all the different levels could look, let's look at yours and how do you want to, or what could you do to improve on that to move up to a higher level of mastery and demonstrating that you understand that and you could explain it. We've seen great results when kids are doing that and when we've taken the time to do that. And every time we shift things a little bit, we have to go back and look at that and bring some of those things back.
Yeah, I'll just add one more thing, and that is that we have an emphasis on helping our English language learners reclassify. And so in our 4th through 6th grade, all of our students in 4th through 6th grade who are English language learners do a separate goal setting where they meet with their teacher. They go over the expectations of what it is that they need to have to reclassify. And this year we added another component to that, and that is a family meeting. So as admins, Dave and I both met with the student and the student's family. We went over the student's goal setting. We were really excited and celebrated the areas where they had already met the criteria. And then we talked about ways that we were going to help support the student to meet the areas that they hadn't met. So really taking the mystery out of reclassification and putting a lot of power and opportunity for the student to make growth and celebrate their own success along the way.
It's interesting you said that because we did something very similar, but with our students that are receiving additional support through resource. At the beginning of the year, we provided release time for the teachers to go to meet with the resource teacher and the student to talk about these are the goals they're working on. These are the accommodations that they have. so that the student could also say, yes, I really need that, or the teacher could say, how can I help you with that? And so really take the time to look at those IEP goals. And so the students actually really understand what they're working on and can advocate for themselves. And then, even, as adults, we sometimes need reminders too. I need that, this way, or can you share it with me that way? And it really gives them that opportunity to take ownership of what they need as well.
I think it's important, Mr. Watson and the rest of the board, part of the PLC process in that cycle of continuous improvement is beginning to develop those pieces. And so I think we're to a place where each of the schools last couple of years, we've been really focused on how do we understand as the adults in the organization where each of the kids are, right? And so having data walls that have kids' names on them or kids' pictures on them, they're not public view walls, but they're things to remind us that when we see those bars that say yellow, it's these 25 kids that are in that, in that group, and remembering who they are. The next logical step though of that is you need to get the kids involved.
Right.
And so they're all doing that this year. It was been part of their 100-day plans. And they all saw that not because it was part of a script from PLC or an expectation from us. It was something that evolved through their guiding coalitions with their conversations where their data is evolving to, okay, we've been doing all of this stuff, but if we don't get the kids to buy in, they're not going to achieve. And they should have goals. They can reach them.
And one last thing, if I could add on to that, not just the student goal setting, but this past year after our first diagnostic, we had a family and parent event at Bridgeport. And the kids came with their families, with their parents, and they had some activities to go do to leave their parents really in the multi. And every parent there got a copy of their diagnostic result for their student. And we had iReady out, and it was a detailed, really explanation of what it is, why it is, how it is. And that NPR with chairs only, no tables, was full, just parents, because the kids were in other rooms doing activities with various staff members. So that amount of participation from the parents and getting them involved as well, it's huge.
Absolutely it is. And I also heard student ownership, clear expectations and targets, and student leadership in their own learning. And you all know, I know I'm preaching to the choir, when kids understand what the expectation is and why it's important, that's going to lead to those lower levels of anxiety and that higher impetus as they realize, sure, tests might stink, but this is why we do them. So I get it. You did a great job in already answering my next question, and the crowd said, whew. So I'll move on to the next one. Mrs. Dempster, I love the idea of 10-day learning plans. Don't know if you're the right person to ask, but I'm going to try. Do you know how long as a district or at your school we've been engaging in that practice?
I would say that was something that did come out of our PLC work too. And so I would say over the course of the last 2 to 3 years, getting it down to, and we always say 10-day-ish because nothing fits perfectly every time, depending on, what you might be teaching at that time or what the students need for the learning.
Or those darn holidays?
So I would say like the last 2 to 3 years, that's what I have been working with staff.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. At a glance, it looks like the iReady data concurs with our CAST data. We're growing, performing well, but we still have some gaps with specific groups to work on. Some of those groups deal with certain realities that make these discrepancies certainly understandable. We've got to keep working, but those circumstances are natural. There are other group identifiers that seem to elude common sense or what one would think is natural. For example, race or socioeconomic status. That doesn't seem to be as immediately understandable. They're certainly not unique to Saugus. In fact, they're reflective of state and national trends across the board. It's a huge challenge, but we've identified that as goal number 1 for our superintendent, and I know she's leading the team to address it. But we've got to close those gaps. I'm glad that you're not only seeing it, but diving deep into the issue. Great job. Keep it up. Thank you.
Mr. Trunkey.
Thank you very much for a great presentation. I love always listening to professional educators talk about student assessments, and I'm so happy that Mr. Watson is now on my right instead of my left, because then I can just say, well, Mr. Watson asked all of the questions that I had. But I do have, I may have a couple questions. I do have one. And it goes back to, and you did a great job of explaining the difference between English learners and those that are classified at a certain grade level now versus the English learners that have been reclassed. Going back to the IAB data, I noticed that there's just a column for English learners there. Do we not have the ability yet to identify the English language learners there that have been reclassed?
For the reclassified students?
Yes.
We do. We hadn't shown that, but we can always bring that next time we have. Yeah. So like I said, the state system is evolving, and even in terms of the data that we get. Sometimes not necessarily with reclassified students, but for long-term English learners, if the number is so small per grade, they don't have it because it could be identifying who those students are. But for the reclass, we could definitely bring that to.
And so just to be clear, on the IAB data, the English learners for each of the grade levels, those are only the ones that are
Correct.
classified as English
Current
learners
English
at that
learners.
particular grade level.
Correct, who have not reclassified yet.
Okay. And then that's it as far as the questions go. Well, one more question on the CASP data. When you talked about the English learners, how long do you think it will take for the English, excuse me, where is it? The English language learners that have been reclassed for that data to sort of fill out and give us trends that are actionable?
I'm not sure what you're asking because the kids who have been reclassed.
Well, on the learner progress, they have just added the rainbows, but right now there's no data in the rainbows.
For the long term?
But it's for the
Yes.
long term.
Yes.
Not
yes,
for the
long term.
reclass.
Next year. So 2 years of data, because this is the first year that we're kind of identifying where they're at as a student group. And so the next year you'll see where those English learners or with their long-term English learners fall in that band.
Because
Even
the
for
band is a comparison of growth and time and.
So next
Thank
year
you.
we'll bring that to you.
But it won't be for the reclass students. It'll just be for the long-term English learners.
And then no more questions, but just one comment. And I appreciate when you were talking about the iReady data about the need to sort of refresh sort of the parameters around that and the expectations around that, which, you know, of course, you know, is a good reminder of how important the professional development is for our teachers as well as parent engagement. But it sounds like that event that you were just talking about is a perfect example of how that can happen and work really well.
For sure.
So thank you.
Mrs. Cooper.
So on page either 5 or 11, you show the growth in relation to minutes, and then I assume the pie graph is just all of the students. Can we get the same statistics in relation to lessons taken or lessons passed versus just compared to minutes?
So when you're looking at the language arts or the math?
Both.
Well, page 5 is language arts
Yeah.
and 11 is math, so.
The lessons passed there, like the 86% of the students passed lessons.
Right, but where it shows typical growth,
Yeah.
29 minutes or less is 125% growth. Greater than 30 minutes is 143.
Right.
Can we get that same statistic in relation to lessons taken or lessons passed rather than minutes?
We can. It's probably not going to vary nearly as much because so many of our students are passing their lessons. It's a smaller number, but we can talk to iReady and see if we can finagle that out.
That way.
Yeah.
Okay.
The program works on a combination of the two,
Yep.
right?
The
So
research.
it's not overuse of the program. Some people like they'll have their kids working on it during break and on the weekend, and it's really hitting that optimal time
Yeah.
frame, and then the passage rate. So it's both things. So that's why the comments tonight from the student were interesting. And I think Mr. Clement commented, and I'm sure.
Well, I mean, he clearly has it in mind already.
Yeah.
But if we're presenting statistics based on minutes, then it feels like that's what we're focused on.
When we rolled out the program too, you know, there was a couple of suggestions. That first diagnostic, we were online and we tried to get parents to not help, but they couldn't help themselves. And it inflated their diagnostic. So they had to recalibrate because the program then was running a little bit ahead of them, right? Or too high for them because it was
has an AI
their
feature.
parent score, right? So that's something that we talked a lot with the staff about so that they could talk to the parents and we could kind of redirect that. This is the same. Just we need to work together with them to remind.
Cool. Okay, and then page 15. Okay, so fall versus spring. The fall assessment, are they being assessed on the grade? Like, is it the similar assessment to the spring? Or are they being assessed on where they should be in the fall?
It's looking at where they're at for the year, right? So if they're early in the year, but they're early on grade level, it's going to be that light color. But if they were beyond early in the year, they would be higher. They'd be in that dark green.
Your goal is to keep them in the green as the whole year.
I guess the question is like if they were like, you're not gonna be, you know, on
if you didn't
the
make
same
any,
grade level at the beginning of the year, at the end of the year. So in theory, the test at the beginning of the year would be, I don't know, easier. And
Well,
then they would be in the same
it's
place.
really the same test, right? That diagnostic piece is going to do that raising and lowering of it. So it's going to start them down that path and keep getting harder. So the diagnostic, each one's going to adjust.
Okay, so we would expect the dark green to grow, like.
You would always want the green to grow. It's better if there's more green to start out with. And the philosophy is always, yes, we need to address kids in the red zone because those are the kids who are struggling. But the smaller the yellow can get faster, the more kids are on grade level for a longer portion of the year. So they will benefit from the grade level instruction longer. So we're always talking about the yellow kids. Didn't tell your wheels are moving, but
I just wanted to make sure that you understood what I was asking.
I do. You're thinking that it's okay if they're yellow way at the beginning because the test is harder. It's the end of the year standard.
Yeah. Okay.
And in some ways, yes, but it adjusts itself as they take it as well. Because it's customized to each kid in the end. Yeah. With their ability to answer those questions.
Okay, page 18, use of resources. Are we confident that all of the core materials, Teacher Toolbox, Next Gen are all being used consistently across all the schools and all the classrooms?
Can you repeat the question?
On page 18, you list supports learning and use of resources. Core materials, Teacher Toolbox, Next Gen, are all of those, are we confident those are all being used consistently across all the schools and all of the classrooms?
I think our goal is always to make sure, they're consistently being used, but more importantly, like how they're being used and how they can most benefit the team. And so that's why we're constantly offering professional development, not only on just using the tool, but how do we maximize the effect and the use of the tools. And so I think that's the variation there. And so we're always continuously working with professional development. Some teams are, really strong with Next Gen and math, but now English language arts is an area that they're really focusing on this year. And so, as we said before, the tools are evolving. So we're continuously working with them to make sure that they know what's available, they know how to maximize the use of those tools, especially not only for assessment, but also for instructional purposes. So some of our tools have varying uses, and so we work with them. Next Gen is a good example of that. It's a great assessment tool to create a quick common formative assessment, but there's also an instructional tool, instructional component that can be used. So yes, we're always working to ensure that it's you know, there's equity across all classrooms, all schools. But the learning, right, depending on how teachers are using it varies.
And we send out an iReady update that goes out each week that talks about usage at the schools, and the admin has the ability to go into NextGen and look at how many logins they have, who's using the program. So they do monitor that.
Okay. But there's no way to really to monitor like core materials or next gen or anything.
I mean, not in the same capacity. We can see who's logged in, but you can teach without physically logging into the online component, so it wouldn't give you an accurate depiction. But, you know, as we're walking around and doing classroom visits, and that core material that we're looking for and seeing and discussing and talking about, integrating the core with writing as we're focused on that and keeping that consistent.
Cool. Can you tell me what the definition is of a long-term English learner?
Long-term English learners are students who have been identified as an English learner for 6 years plus 1 day in their 7th year.
Okay. I thought it was interesting the young lady brought up like competition, because accelerated reader was around when my daughter was in school. So of course I asked her about it because it's come up multiple times in different comments, and she loved it, but she also acknowledged that if you were already a good reader, it was fabulous but it didn't really do any good if you weren't already a good reader.
It's not
That
an
was her
instructional
opinion.
tool. It's supposed to be designed to be a motivational tool.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you for the presentation.
Mrs. Grease.
Yeah, just 2 questions and then, I don't know. Can you remind me how LCAP is funded?
On our unduplicated count students,
Okay. How much do we pay for iReady?
yeah, you remember, Nick?
I don't know.
It's around 330 or so, I think. Yeah, for a school year.
And what percentage of our budget is from iReady?
A percentage of
Like 20% of the
Oh, no.
budget?
I mean, you're looking
10%?
at the total LCAP or the total school budget.
iReady comes, where does iReady sit?
Already is
Bucket.
paid for out of the supplemental dollars. So if you're looking for what is the
7
percentage, yeah.
Okay, so
Approximately
330
7.
out of the 7.
Hmm.
Okay. I have a ton more questions, but I just can't get around the speaker tonight and her and her classmates feedback on the minutes versus the lesson and hitting the minutes and just toggling, right? That doesn't seem like the best use of time when we're trying to use iReady to close the achievement gap. When you're hearing from students, and I won't give my personal, because I just had a student in Saugus, when they're saying that they're toggling just to hit the minute goal, and you don't know how many lessons they're actually learning within that 30 to 49 minutes, right? So I just can't get beyond that and how effective, even though we're in the green, right, for ELA and math, your English learners are not improving. And I think that might be a correlation of the speaker tonight with not maybe having the support needed, if that's a correlation between the two. But I guess I don't know if iReady is efficient if you have students admitting that they're literally just toggling to meet the minute mark.
I think that you can also see the number of students in the lessons, the percent pass correct, and that's not just because they had one lesson. That's a number that we haven't focused on in the past, because when you have that combination of the lessons passed and you are meeting those minutes, meaning you're doing that lesson or 2 per week in each subject, that's gonna get your minutes. If you just sit there and toggle, you're not gonna pass a lesson.
But who's monitoring the amount of lessons that they're supposed to do? I think you just said 2 a week.
Well,
Like,
that would give you
But
enough
who's-
minutes probably.
Right, but
The
who's,
students, the parents can have access to that and the teachers are monitoring that. That's part of their personalized instruction. But I think iReady, it's really important to say, iReady is not the teacher to close the
Right.
achievement gap. iReady is a layer of support
Correct.
to help
Yep,
not
I
only
get that.
close the achievement gap, but also extend where our students are above grade level and extension. And so when you look at the data where it shows the students who achieved more than their typical growth, which was their stretch growth, right? Beyond a year's worth of growth, those students were like, what is it? 92% of those students were actually at or above grade level. So I think when we look at iReady as a support, I think what we need to do, and I think Mr. Clement shared this, is that we need to kind of reiterate like the why and the purpose behind this with our students. I mean, obviously we don't want to do something that we don't understand the purpose of. I think adults and kids are the same. And so I think it's looking at, and this is what we do in our collaborative teams. We share like, we'll see a grade level at a school site. Those students are so excited to take iReady. And because it's the way that that grade level has incentivized it or talked about it, or they set common goals. And so we're all learning from each other what's going to work with a sixth grade class versus a first grade class. And so I think we're continuously learning how do we continuously not only motivate students, but also have them understand and have clarity around the purpose of it and how it's going to benefit them. Do kids all love to take iReady? I had 2 kids come through Saugus. Did they love it? No, but did they improve in their certain skills? Yeah, they did. And when they go into the Heart District, it's IXL, which is a similar version of that.
which
So
they
I
don't like either.
right. But I will say, as a teacher, there's so many skills and students have so many different holes. That's just natural. And I think iReady does a great job. It's not the end all be all, but it does a great job of helping the teacher start closing those little holes so that the teacher, when they're pulling a small group, can really focus on those big, big rock skills that students need.
Yeah, and I'm not discounting the use of iReady as a supplemental tool, right? I get it. It's, 10% of the overall plan. I guess I'm just questioning the efficiency of it and if there isn't a better way to get the data that keeps the students more engaged and retain the information. And it's less about how much time I'm spending on it and more about the lessons, right? Because I would rather, my child, like, I don't want you sitting on iReady for 50 minutes and going through 2 lessons. I would rather you really digest the information in 5 minutes and get through a lesson and know that you retained it. I think that's my point. And just, I know as a district, it takes a while for us to implement change. And we're hearing today from 2 students, and I just worry about the length of time it may take to implement the change. You know what I mean? To really make sure that this one piece of closing the achievement gap is the right piece. You know what I mean? And if there's not something that's more efficient so that our students and our teachers could be spending more time on other things that maybe they aren't able to focus on. And I have to assume that the iReady is meant for in the classroom, right? Like 90% of it is meant in the classroom and not at home.
Students can work on it at
Right,
home
but
if they
what is
choose.
our expectation? The expectation is that they do it in class, not at home, right?
Correct. But
Okay.
typically when students are working on it independently, that's a time when a teacher is pulling a small group to work with other students' lives. So typically you won't see a whole classroom of students just sitting at the computer working on it. It's a time when you could have flexible grouping.
If they chose.
If they chose to.
So you're saying within a classroom of 30, you could have some students doing iReady and the other students doing,
Meeting
that's a
in a
thing?
small group with the teacher.
I see it every day. Anytime we go out to visit classrooms,
and how,
that's how I'm seeing it in different grade. It looks different, right? In a kindergarten classroom versus a 6th grade classroom, but we see that often.
so then if that teacher is with those other students doing something else, how are the kids on iReady being monitored?
The same way that
They're not just toggling.
the
based on-
same way that they're being monitored when we didn't have something like iReady and I had a list of things that they needed to complete on the board. If they were completed, they turned them in and
So
they were done.
do we monitor the completion rate, I guess?
They should be. I think the most disturbing thing for me as a superintendent hearing from the 2 students today, conveniently you were here, is that miscommunication that the pass rate is not important. So somewhere along the line, that has been lost. I don't know why. Maybe it's because people are monitoring usage, because in order to see the initial growth, you have to actually use the tool. And if you're not using the tool, it doesn't matter if you pass the few lessons that you take, it's the combination of the two. So, I mean, my charge will be, and I'm sure Amy and I would have talked about this tomorrow, will be, can you find out why? Talk with the students, find and talk with the classroom teacher. And because it sounds like to me what you're doing with the celebration of going green and the celebration of the lesson completions, which your All-Stars is part of, that you're doing that, but that message may not be getting to that class, to those kids. And sometimes us as adults, when we're monitoring things, it tends to translate differently to them.
Do you feel that, the student today talked a lot about anxiety? Do you feel that the award system for, hitting your iReady minutes, right? And focusing on those students who are hitting those minutes are helping to attribute to the anxiety of the students and almost instilling that competition-based learning? And if that's a worry for us, that we're hitting these minutes and we're hitting these test results, but at the cost of our kids feeling anxious. And then it impacting potentially the rest of the day.
I mean, I think it's always important to be aware of your students and their anxiety levels and how they're feeling and talking to them and working with them to help minimize that, regardless of the topic.
But
or
I guess I
what's
would
going
want to understand, like, what would we change to help reduce the anxiety level? It goes back to, is this efficient? Is it monitoring by the minute the right thing versus the lesson, monitoring the lesson and the growth there? Is that, like, I guess I'm looking for more action rather than, yes, we all need to monitor our children's anxiety level. Like, yes, given every single day. But outside of that, what are we doing to help reduce that so that it doesn't impact the rest of the day? It doesn't impact the rest of the learning environment and cause distractions or whatever.
I think those are different pieces for different students and for different situations. I think it's very difficult in any system to have a purely intrinsic piece. The extrinsic motivators are always there for everybody. It's part of human nature. I do think that what I hear you saying and what I heard the students saying is that there's some anxiety level going on for those students in particular. And I think anytime an administrator or a teacher is hearing that, we have to question why, because it's one picture. iReady is one tool. It is the assessment is one snapshot. It is not the only snapshot to live and die. Nobody gets an A or an F or moves to the next grade level as a result of an iReady tool or as the result of a CASP piece. But it is important that we look at multiple sources of grade level proficiency so that we can say, yes, they are not only learning it, but they're learning it in a way that they will be able to, as you were just saying, hang on to it for later. That's one of the things that I'm always trying to talk with the principals about, and I know they're talking with their teachers about, and we talk about in curriculum instruction. The ability to transfer and apply is the key goal. Having your ability to do it in third grade and then see a summer slide when we move to fourth is not acceptable. So I think the comments, even though it was only from 2 students, doesn't mean those 2 students aren't important. It does mean, though, that we'll have conversations, and I know Amy will have the conversations, and we'll have to look at that because it's always a delicate balance between how much do you do as incentives that are extrinsic and how do you get to the intrinsic motivators like the goal setting and I made my goal and that sort of thing. So I think there's always that balance.
I think the last part that I'll speak to too is, you mentioned finding something that might be better. That's true. It could be something, but it is important to remember that this is part of our system currently, and trying to hop program to program is very hard on staff and students, as we would have an implementation curve and dip and having to learn new structures. And it's important for me not to introduce too much change or too much newness so we can refine what we're working on and use the tools either better or more efficiently.
Yeah, and I can understand change can be difficult, but if something isn't working, right, and it's not efficient, then it is worth looking at alternatives,
I would
right?
agree with that.
So
That's
I don't
what we
want to
thought.
handicap ourselves because it changes hard because it's a rollout, right? And we know that we struggle with implementing new things to the district as heard by surveys and comments. So I just want us to just know that if it's not working, I think it's okay to pivot and
I would
do
agree with
something
that.
else.
It is working.
And
We
we
are
would.
seeing those results.
So we are seeing the good results. And so I think when you're looking at something, I mean, I'll just use Parent Square as an example. It's something that more and more people use because of it's not the perfect communication tool, but it's something that more and more school districts are using because it is more and more efficient and productive. And I think with iReady, one of the things that we're seeing is it is more of the system that people are looking at. Next Gen is another feature and another layer of that. It's not the end all be all because as Mr. Watson commented, the idea of performance assessment is so important. Performance assessments that our kids are assessed on from the state are really challenging. They're not just standard performance assessments. And so it all offers these insights. And I think anytime we look at the curriculum we use, we do it systematically, we look at the data, and then we make our next decisions. We've done that with like use of Illuminate and moving to a new program, use of the Decimini, moving to a new program. We're always looking at what are those research-based pieces and what is the data telling us.
It's also great feedback for iReady, and we continually each year do give that to them. And what they've done with some of our upper grade programs and students and making it less cartoony and more upper grade appropriate is just an example of that. So the feedback is good to gather for them so that they can evolve with us or meet our needs differently.
But it is fair. And I think that is one of the things that we need to have a discussion with them is if our students can just sit there and jiggle a mouse.
Yeah, I mean, she had great points.
How is that appropriate? But there's so many things to question with that.
How long have we had iReady?
Well, the full implementation year was the first full year of COVID. So it was 2021 that we implemented it district-wide every school. But
Yeah.
we had a few students right before that, or a few schools right before that were using it.
It's interesting that we're just getting this feedback now.
Excuse me?
Just from the students, like being able to just toggle. I just find that interesting after 4 years, just hearing that feedback and not.
Well, I'm
maybe
gonna talk to
seeing that
iReady about
earlier
it
on.
because if you just toggle, it knows. So if you don't get to a certain point in a lesson,
It
it
shuts it
won't
off.
count that lesson as a passed, or it won't show
Yeah,
that as completion.
It's just a
And that
blanket,
would
like
show
I'm
up.
surprised that we didn't see that beforehand. And it took us 4 years, thankfully, to get the feedback that that is the thing that's happening and
If it's-
something
if
that
it's
we're
a
now
thing that's
looking at.
happening, That's what we need to look at first.
Okay.
Because maybe it wasn't happening before, and maybe they've just gotten complacent, and now we know that they're complacent, and you'll go back to where we were.
I don't know.
I'd like to see first if that's really
I can tell you my daughter did
how it
it.
works.
We'll examine it further.
Any other comments?
No.
I just had a quick comment. I think, and we talked about this a little bit, but I think the focus, and it sounds like it is, but we should maybe communicate it better. The focus should be on learning the lesson, not the
Correct.
time, right?
Absolutely.
Because it's true. We don't need to add pressure of, hey, you have 45 minutes today to do lessons, because that's not efficient and it just creates anxiety, or just, it makes you feel like you need to complete something rather than understanding. And the goal of education is to learn. So that's what I believe is that, it's important. I think the numbers are fantastic. So it obviously shows it's working, and I think there is a need for supplemental things to see how kids are progressing. But again, the focus should not be on the time spent. It should be on, are they actually learning and catching whether or not people are toggling or not really caring about it because they're more focused on getting minutes or getting prizes for their minutes or whatever. So that's all I have to say about that. Any other comments or questions? No? Okay. Thank you, guys. Appreciate the presentation. We're going to move on to the 2024-25 transportation presentation. Mr. Heinlein.
Hey, while Peter comes up here, I just wanted to make sure, we're going to continue tonight with how we're hoping to get our transportation program from yellow to green.
Oh, that was funny. I got it.
Took me a minute. I'm with you.
Okay. I
Took
guess-
me an extra minute.
You get it now?
Yes, I do.
You know, if I get it
All
first,
right.
that's usually the problem.
Look, people are leaving my joke was so bad.
Right?
Somebody throw a tomato at this guy.
We won't let him do it again.
All right, so tonight Peter and I are going to go over the current status of our district support center and then give a transportation update with some further information regarding two items that are on the agenda that we'd like to move forward on.
Okay, good evening, board. My name is Peter Gayton, Director of Maintenance Operations, Transportation and Facilities. So this slide here is our illustrates the current layout of our support center facility. The building is utilized by our transportation and maintenance team, which includes 18 drivers, 2 mechanics, 3 store staff, and 12 members of our maintenance team, as well as 2 of our directors. The existing building has 2 offices, a small break room, 2 restrooms, and a mechanic shop featuring 2 bays. Next slide. So on September 2022, at the governing board meeting, the board approved a contract to initiate the project at the district support center. The project will encompass the repair, repaving, and expansion of the parking lot, the establishment of a new exit for buses featuring an automatic rolling gate, and the installation of additional fencing to expand the interior parking lot. The addition of solar lighting for safety and the construction of a pad for new vehicle storage barn. Next slide.
It's important to remember that this project is funded by Fund 40. This is not a Measure EE project.
So on February 13th of 24, an amendment to the contract was approved by the board. The amendment included provisions to meet the city of Santa Clarita's requirements, which entail the addition of infrastructure for the future installation of electric vehicle charging stations and the completion of necessary entitlement study. So in addition, it addresses the establishment of the vehicle barn for storage of grounds vehicles and the charging of electrical equipment, incorporating the design of both interior and exterior lighting, electrical receptacles, and the essential ventilation within the building. Next slide.
Peter, before we go on, I just wanted to mention that we are very far ahead of most when it comes to using electric tools for grounds. That is why there has to be a sufficient amount of electrical receptacles in the vehicle barn. Right now, the crews have to unload all of their equipment at night and put it in a place where it can charge. With the vehicle barn, they'll just pull the truck into the vehicle barn. The equipment will stay close by and they can charge easily that way.
So the proposed expansion of the parking lot includes a revised layout, additional interior parking for district buses and vehicles, along with the expansion of the employee parking. This development not only enhances the storage capacity for district assets, but also improves the overall aesthetic appeal. Our department is really excited and enthusiastic about this initiative. It will enable us to protect our equipment from theft and environmental damage. In 2023, our department secured vouchers for new electric mowers, electric equipment, and transitioned from diesel gas-powered blowers, edgers, and other equipment to electric alternatives. So this new storage building will ensure the longevity and the security of our equipment. Next slide. So the city approval was granted on March 18th, and construction has yet to commence. We're still planning and need to be ready for the new regulations regarding EV infrastructure. and trenching prior to the start of construction.
So there's new legislation that requires school districts to make sure that any new buses they buy are electric by 2035. So we know that before we do any work on repaving or redoing the parking lot, we kind of need to have an idea of where that infrastructure is going to go. We know and have been in contact with Southern California Edison for many years, and they have a charge-ready transport program that can help us cover some of the costs for the installation of this infrastructure. The program provides that Edison will install all the equipment, which for us includes an additional transformer, but they won't cover the actual cost of the charger, which there's a picture of, just what a charger looks like. But then we have obligations under the program. The first is we have to pay for and install the charger, and then we have to move forward on an adopted vehicle acquisition plan over the next 10 years. So here's a picture or a drawing of the electrical vehicle charging work that Edison will do for us. They have an estimated value of this work of $250,000 that, of course, we won't have to pay for. But we do have to move forward on purchasing electric buses. Over the past couple of years, Peter has applied for 3 different grants without success. And when you look at the grants and the weighting of how the grants work, basically we don't get very many points because of where we're located and the population that we serve, right? So these grants were typically earmarked for areas that had more a needy population. So there's those 3 grants are the 23 Clean School Bus Grant Program that was sponsored by the EPA. We have the Volkswagen Mitigation Trust Bus Replacement Program. So all those dollars came from Volkswagen's fine regarding their diesel emissions issue and settlement. And then lastly, we have the Zero Emission School Bus and Infrastructure grant called SUSD. So the first round, we were not successful. So Peter received an email on November 25th that said, okay, you're approved for round 2 SUSD dollars, which would allow us to get 4 electric buses potentially and pay for 4 chargers. So those 2 tables right here let us know that for a Type C bus, which I have a picture of that later on, with a wheelchair lift, which are the buses that we are interested in, they will give us up to $355,000. So $355,000 times 4 is $1.4 million. And then with the chargers, the potential offset is $320,000. The reason why it's kind of a fast-moving item for us is because the permission to participate in SASB is due back to them by January 6th. So here's our vehicle acquisition plan for our first purchase, and those are the buses. You see LA Unified is purchasing these buses, but their estimated cost is $450,000. So we would like to get 4 of those. The chargers, Peter has some quotes, and looks like the lowest one is they're about $12,000 a piece. So our total cost is $1.8 million. The ZESB grant, when you figure out the offset for the chargers, will help us about 1.4 million. So we still need to come up with $380,000. We always earmark bus replacement money in our budget of about $145,000. So really we're asking for $235,000 to move forward with this grant for the 4 buses. So in November, there was some information regarding the Inflation Reduction Act that passed. And there's a green energy component in it, and it allows for the first time, I do believe ever, for school districts to receive funding in lieu of tax credits for any of the green energy projects that they have completed after January 1st, 2023. For us, that represents about $5.8 million in projects. So our estimated tax credit is $1.7 million. We're working now on getting quotes from consultants that do this process and hope to have that to the board in January for approval so we can get these dollars. So the suggestion is that the funding needed for these electric buses can just come from the rebates that we expect to get from the Inflation Reduction Act. So tonight we're asking that the board approve the agreement with the Southern California Edison so we can participate in the Charge Ready Transport Program to install the infrastructure, and also to approve the resolution to allow us to move forward on the SUSD grant that will help offset the cost of buying these buses. And then, of course, at the next meeting, hopefully approve the contract for a consultant for the tax credit. That's all I have.
Great. Anybody have any questions?
Yeah, if we aren't able to procure these monies, what's the plan B?
Plan B would be to use our ending fund balance potentially to offset the cost of that. That would be my go-to at this point.
Okay. Probably an unfair question. Any way to rate your levels of optimism on our chances?
Oh, extremely high for the,
Okay.
yeah.
For the 1.7 million.
Yes, yeah.
In
IRA credit.
what I like to call the coupon.
Yeah, there we go.
So the tax credit is 30%. I don't know. I mean, you kind of, when a district is in other areas, there's also potentially a 10% add-on. The thought is that we are partly in one of these districts. It's a federal created district. I'm not 100% sure. So my estimate is just based on 30% that we potentially it could be higher.
Okay. Fantastic. Thank you both.
Anybody have any questions?
No, I was just going to say, and one other thing to note, and this came up at Delegate Assembly quite a bit. I know that a lot of the rural districts who have very long bus routes or districts that are in very mountainous areas with significant bus routes are all having problems with the battery capacity, not being enough for them to accomplish their goals. So I think there's been a lot of discussion of trying to get the legislature to change the parameters and the deadlines of a lot of these programs. And hopefully within that will turn into some more dollars to help school districts make all of these changes.
Mr. Trunkey, since you said the rural word, and that is a myth that we are classified as a rural district.
I wasn't suggesting.
And funding, I just want to clarify, we are not classified as a rural district and that does not impact our funding. But when you say that word, that's what people hear, so.
Yeah, obviously, we're a district that has, only a limited transportation need because it's mostly only for special education students, where more rural districts have to bus just about all of their students. And then the only other comment that I have is, Peter, I noticed that, that trailer that used to be your office is no longer at the transportation.
Oh, no, it's been gone for about 4 years now.
Well, good. And I'm glad you made the move back here to the district office.
Definitely.
Mrs. Cooper? Ms. Cooper? No? Anna? Or
Yeah.
Mrs. Grease?
Oh, I don't care. Have we factored in maintenance costs for maintaining these electric buses and the charging stations as part of the ask?
Yeah, part of the grant includes the actual training of our staff, to maintenance, and the buses will be under warranty as well as the chargers themselves.
But do we have a cost breakdown of that though? Because that's not included within here.
Or actually, what do we do now for maintenance, right? So do we contract that out, or do we have field staff who actually handle maintenance?
So Store, our transportation
Mhm.
contractor, they have a mechanic and they provide most all the maintenance, right?
Two mechanics, and they provide all of
Okay,
our
so it'd be the same.
maintenance
It would
for
be the same.
all of our
All right,
buses.
but
and
the
vehicles.
grant is one time, right?
Yes.
So then, once that money runs out, how are we assuming the switch to electric is gonna be higher in terms of maintenance costs than what we're currently paying right now, or less?
No.
So then what's the benefit? Like, I guess I'm looking for an actual number
For what?
to, like a cost savings, I guess. If we're saying that the maintenance costs would be less going to electric and knowing that the grant money is one time to help pay for the installation of the whole program, how much are we looking to spend on a yearly basis on the maintenance of the buses and the chargers and anything else that needs to happen as a result of installing this?
So the maintenance is handled through our transportation
Mhm.
contract with Store, so it's already included. They handle the maintenance and ongoing.
But we're paying for
maintenance.
that. So yes, it's
Yes.
included, but so what are we paying? I guess that's what I'm asking.
That contract went to the board in June.
I know, I'm just asking. I'm
Yeah.
not saying, I'm just asking the question. I think
I
it should
think
be
that-
included within here. How much is it? That's all that I'm asking.
But we don't anticipate it costing any more money. We anticipate it costing less money. But until we have dollars and cents, we don't factor it in. We say that it's going to stay the same. Just like when we put solar at all these other locations, we don't automatically assume that putting the solar and turning it on is going to save us money until we actually physically see the savings.
There's no way to calculate that. Like if I changed my home to solar, I can see the cost savings before
No,
it's
you can't,
installed.
because you're on a time of use. So it's all dependent on when you decide to use the energy.
But I can average my monthly electric bill to get an average monthly cost and see the delta between the new cost I'm paying for solar.
It's still an
So I can
estimate,
see that.
right?
I guess I'm just asking to understand the go forward costs. I get that we're already using
Talking
a
about the
company.
operational costs.
Correct, and I think that should be included in here as part of the proposal to say, this is how much it's gonna cost today, but here's what it's gonna cost to maintain it for years to come. And if that's a benefit, amazing. What are we gonna use then the delta for, right? Like, what can we then earmark for the savings that maybe we haven't been able to use in the past? That's all that I'm trying to get at.
I think what,
Ms. Grease, one of the savings that we'll see right away is the cost. Right now, the 4 buses that we're due to replace, we're not able to use. They're older buses. They don't have HVAC. So we are contracted with the contractor to use their buses that do have AC and meet the IEP needs. So that immediate savings is $25,000 per bus per year. So the first year that we have the electrical buses, just based on
You're saving $100,000.
$100,000, yes. the
Great.
First year.
Okay, what else?
The
gonna-
cost of fuel between diesel and
Yeah, I just-
electric is
Yeah.
also a big savings.
Yeah, I think my point, I think what I'm looking for, and again, in the proposal is the one-time funds, right? The one-time cost plus the maintenance as part of the whole package in order to approve.
I think the one thing we don't want to lose sight of though is that this is not something that we're doing because we want to do it. Like it's actually it's a mandate from the state, right? So we actually have to adopt this by 2035. So I think we're being proactive about meeting that mandate. But I agree. I think it's helpful to see.
Yeah, I
maintenance
just
costs
wanna
and
be
what you're gonna
responsible.
save and be exactly.
It's
So
a
I
big
get that.
ticket and I get that we have to do it. Granted, it's 10 years away. But it's still to me, I want to be responsible with the money that we spend, even if we have to, and then know what am I getting back in return that then allows us to do other things.
We could totally help answer these questions if maybe they're asked before the presentation, because we could we could finagle them and add them. So that-
Maybe it should just be our regular practice to include this within the proposals moving forward, rather than having to cherry pick the questions. Maybe it's something that we look at for the next year, is including that stuff all just together. It's just the expectation of the proposal.
I think as long as everybody's clear that it's anticipated, right? So it doesn't mean that it's actually going to happen because
Totally.
there's a lot of variables that are out of their control, but it's anticipated that this may be a savings opportunity.
Yep.
But do you have any additional questions? I just had one question. Is there an opportunity for economies of scale, right? So if this is a mandate from the state, by 2035, all the buses have to be electric. So is there an opportunity to work with Hart District or Newhall to kind of have economies of scale, order more buses and get a better deal?
both Newhall and Store, Newhall and Hart also use Store as their transportation vendor. CBOs before Ralph left Hart, we've always floated the idea of there potentially being that possibility and creating a JPA, much like we did with food service, even though Hart isn't part of that, in order to do that, right? Because Castaic also is in the same boat and does have a big need because they don't even have a yard for their buses. That's owned by somebody else, but it would definitely be something that I think would benefit the whole community if we had a unified transportation center.
Yeah, or even just an opportunity again to like share the cost or reduce the cost because we're buying more, right? Like,
And Sulphur has really, I don't remember how many buses they have, over 10, right? Electric buses.
Yes.
And they have used Edison for this program more than once, right?
More than once.
So they're kind of ahead in the valley on electric buses.
great. Any other questions? No? Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on to Education Services, approve resolution 2425, number 38, a resolution of the governing board of the Saugus Union School District for the observance of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Can I get a motion in a second?
I move to approve.
Second.
Okay, and we'll have staff provide.
This one speaks for itself, but we're getting ready for MLK coming up in January. Not that we need it too soon because we all have our break before that, but it'll be here before we know it, right after we come back.
Great. Any questions?
I just want to say a couple years back, we put out a request. I remember in the past, we were sometimes approving holidays after they'd happened and things like that. Kudos and thank you.
Great. Any other questions? No? Okay, clerk, would you call the roll call, please?
Sure. Mr. Watson?
Aye.
Mr. Trunkey?
Aye.
Ms. Cooper?
Aye.
Ms. Garibay?
Aye.
And I vote aye.
Motion passes. Okay, moving on to Human Resources, approve the 25-26 district calendar. Can I get a motion in a second?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, and staff?
All right, so this is the district calendar that includes the holiday schedule that hopefully will be from CSEA will hopefully be approved after this. It's just the calendar that was already approved that had the instructional days. But now CSEA takes, they have some floating holidays that they need to determine, and they take that to a vote, and then their membership ratifies it. So this district calendar includes those holidays.
Great. Board members, anybody have any questions? No? Okay, made a motion in a second. Clerk, will you call the roll call?
Mr. Watson?
At risk of tipping my hand on the next item, aye.
Mr. Trunkey?
Aye.
Ms. Cooper?
Aye.
It's not a
Oh,
resolution.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
These
It's
two
not a
are not resolutions.
Sorry, my mistake.
She doesn't,
Um,
they're yellow.
sorry, don't know. Still learning. Okay, we have a motion in a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Sorry, I didn't catch you.
That's okay.
Handing it off.
I got ahead of myself. It's okay. Next one up is the approve the 25-26 holiday schedule submitted by the CSEA. Mrs.
Motion and
Stevenson?
second.
Motion and second.
Move to approve.
Second.
Second.
Mr. Watson? Oh,
Somebody.
somebody. Okay. Mrs.
You figured
Stevenson?
out, Pam.
All right.
It's Dr. Stevenson.
It's
sorry.
it's fine. It's this is just the holiday calendar, as I mentioned before, that CSEA has ratified.
Great. Any questions? Okay. Everybody in favor of approving?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Moving on to business services, approve resolution 2425, number 39, a resolution of the governing board of the Saugus Union School District to authorize participation in the zero emission school bus and infrastructure incentive project. Can I get a motion in a second, please?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, and staff,
This just allows participation in the grant.
great. Any questions? Okay, Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Watson,
Aye.
Mr. Trunkey,
Aye.
Ms. Cooper,
Aye.
Ms. Garibay,
Aye.
and I vote aye.
Great. Okay, moving on to item B, approve Southern California Edison participation in the Charge Ready Transport Program. Can I get a motion in a second?
Move to approve?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? No? Okay, moving on, approve ratification of Sierra School Equipment Company, school furnishings, office furnishings, and accessories for Charles Helmers Elementary School classroom. Can I get a motion in a second?
So
Move to
moved.
approve.
Any questions? No? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Noted. Approve Sierra School Equipment Company, school furnishings, office furnishings, and accessories for Charles Helmer Elementary School. Motion in a second.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Approve Nolan Construction Services Inspection of Record Services for Solar Lunch Shelters and Canopy Project at Cedar Creek Elementary. Can I get a motion in a second?
Move to approve.
Second.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Okay. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion passes. Approve SG.
Point of order.
Yes, we can do this all at one time?
No, please, before you call for the vote,
Uh-huh.
make sure that there's a chance for anybody to
Ask questions.
ask questions or have discussion.
Sorry, I thought you
Thank
would
you.
raise your hand if you
Very
needed to. Got
Yeah,
it.
feel free to get your answer.
question. Okay, I will ask the question. Approve SGH Architects Modernization Kindergarten Restrooms at Mountain View Elementary School. Motion in a second.
I move to approve?
Second.
Okay, any questions or comments? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Approve NV5 West Inc. Track and Field Project at James Foster Elementary School. Motion in a second.
Move to approve.
Second.
Second. Any questions or comments? No? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No? Okay. Approve Resolution 2425, number 37, a resolution of the Governing Board of the Saugus Union School District for compliance with the Office of Public School Construction. This is can I get a motion in a second?
I move to approve.
And you might want to let Nick say something
I will.
about this one.
Yes, I will. Second. So I have a first and a second. Mr. Heinlein?
Well, with the passage of Prop 2 comes a new requirement to ensure that school districts have completed master facilities plans by the time we move forward with funding. So we are just adopting this resolution to acknowledge that fact with our commitment to start moving forward on it. But I will say that the Office of Public School Construction is just now pulling together groups to determine what components do need to be in the state master facilities plan. So we will gather our list of all the items that belong in ours and wait until we put it together until we know the state's preferred format.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Does anyone have any questions?
Just excited about the passage of Proposition 2 and want to thank the voters of California.
Great. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Clerk, would you call the roll?
Mr. Watson?
Aye.
Mr. Trunkey,
Aye.
Ms. Cooper,
Aye.
Ms. Garibay,
Aye.
and I vote aye.
Great. Okay, moving on to the next item, approve to declare certain district-owned property as surplus. Do we have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Does anybody have any questions? No? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Motion passes. Okay, let's see, future board meeting reports, regular board meetings for 2025.
All those will be added following this evening.
Okay, great.
So now we need to adjourn to closed session.
Okay, so we will adjourn to closed session at 9:41 PM.
Before we
Point of
close,
order.
Before we do that,
Point of order.
We should open it to public comment for closed session items.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. We are announcing open session. If anyone has any comments, please feel free to make those comments now. Seeing no comments, any closed session item, sorry. Seeing no comments, we will recess to closed session at 9:42 PM. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Great job.